There we go. So the class has to be paid in full before your exam results will be processed. I'm just going over some general things. I'm not talking about you in particular. The Sometimes you get students that get through the whole class, and I find out later that they haven't even paid yet. And we just want to make sure that all that's taken care of. So, if you've been convicted of a felony in the last 5 years, especially conspiracy to defraud, theft, or anything like that, you're probably not going to get your real estate license. Let the instructor know. We could cancel it, and you get your refund minus the book. After the class starts, no refunds. Student has 6 months to initially complete their course. This is a 2-week class, but you have 6 months to complete it and go through all the hours and pass your exam as well. Because sometimes things happen, life gets in the way, student has to stop coming for some reason, fill in the excuse here. Well, we give you 6 months to complete the course, which can be extended out to 1 year for an additional $100 if it should get that far. When you take the school, the class you have to be here present for at least 80% attendance. So that means you can't miss more than 2 days. Otherwise, you'll have to make up that time. But if you miss a day or you miss some time, you could watch the videos, the recordings, and make up the content that you missed. Okay. Bouncing in and out of class. These are some new things I added here because it's been an issue lately. Bouncing in and out of class won't count towards the attendance because we can't really keep attendance if you're bouncing in and out all the time. And you got to have your videos on. You do, so that's good. That's a new requirement of the Real Estate Commission for remote learning. Students have to answer random attendance polls to make sure that they're here and they can get credit. I'll throw one out right now just so you can see how that works. So you just click on the word present. Something should have popped up on your screen right now. You just click on the word present. There you go, and that's it. And that's just a way to make sure that all the students are paying attention in class. Right now, just you here so far, so that's pretty easy to do. Let's see. And students must maintain their own attendance records if they're going to be mixing classes, between the day, the evenings, the weekends. Okay, so before your education is considered complete, you have to take and pass a school exam. There's 110 questions on the school exam, just like the state exam. Passing score is 70%. That means you have to get 77 questions out of the 110 correct. So no more than 33 questions wrong. And that is, if you get 33 questions wrong, that's passing with a score of a 70. You get 2 free exam attempts. If you should need any more, it's $20 for 2 more attempts. The Real Estate Commission tells us to tell you a year is a year is a year, meaning you have 1 year from the day that you pass the school exam to get your real estate license. There's no excuses. So a year should be plenty of time to register to take the state exam, pass the state exam, and get fingerprinted, and then find a broker to affiliate with to activate your license for the first time to get it active. All right, because you can't work on your own. You have to be supervised by a licensed New Jersey broker. So the first time you get your license, it's going to cost more money. It costs $160. $100 for the license, which that's the renewal fee as well. Every 2 years, your license renews for $100. The first time you get your license, there's a $50 for a background check and $10 that goes to something called the Guarantee Fund, which we're going to learn about at the end of this chapter. By the way, if you have any questions, feel free to stop me and ask me at any time. Okay?
So you said the school exam test I can take online. How
Correct.
the state test I got to do to the place?
The state exam you could take in person or online.
Oh, they can do online too?
Yep, you could do that one online too. You have to have your camera on and your microphone on, and nobody can be in the room with you. You can't be having conversations with anybody. Cell phone off and in a different room. You know, they don't want you cheating or copying the exam or anything like that. So they're going to have you move your camera around, make sure nobody's in the room, that there's no notes or books laying around, while you take the exam. So they record watching you take the exam to make sure that just like it's in person, you usually have somebody sitting there watching you, making sure you're not cheating on the exam. Well, they do that remotely through the camera and the microphone. Okay. All right. Students attending online classes. I don't think we got to worry about this, but I've had issues in the past with this. People being fully clothed. Watch your language. Too much potty mouth. I know we're all adults and we all can take it a little bit here, and I even can have a potty mouth myself at all. But try to keep it respectful. Try not to get drunk or do drugs in class. I don't think that's going to be an issue for us here. But you'd be surprised with today's generation, right? It's a shame you got to even mention that. You're gonna need a couple of Sharpie highlighters, because I'm gonna give you some things to highlight in this book. Now, highlighting is not the best way to study, but it is one way that you could at least highlight the important information so that you could copy over your notes or put it in your own words so that you could study later. Because this is a thick book. There's a lot of information to go through. Granted, there's 22 chapters in this book. The 22nd chapter is just about math, and I don't do a chapter just about math. I do the math problems as we come across them. So that being said, this is how much. I just cut the book in half. All the stuff in the back is the glossary, the laws, the rules and regulations, and all kinds of other stuff as written in the law books. So we just cut the book in half. This is those 21 chapters that we're going to be going over. So feel better from this to this. we could manage that one in 2 weeks. All right. Okay, we don't got to worry about harassment, fighting, disrespect, all that stuff. But feedback, I appreciate feedback, even though it's a class that I'm teaching here. I take constructive criticism well. And how else can you going to improve yourself? So here's my email. You already should have that. Okay, qualifications for licensure. This is something the Real Estate Commission, these are disclosures that they want us to go over. So I just scanned it and put it up here on screen for you. The New Jersey law requires all applicants for licensing as a real estate salesperson or broker salesperson to possess good character, trustworthiness, honesty, and integrity, according to NJSA, that's New Jersey statutes, in other words, the law, 45:15-9. Now, anytime you see 45:15, that's real estate licensing law, or they may refer to it as New Jersey statutes. But this is the statutes that pertain to real estate. Okay, and so 45:15, the way that we actually read this is Title 45, Chapter 15 of the law. Okay, and anytime that you see a law that begins with 45:15, we're talking about real estate law. Okay, and then it'll be followed by like -9 point something, or there'll be numbers there, and you could actually see the way the law is printed in the back of the book. They have samples of the actual law. Now the law is a fluent thing; it changes. So as we get into the first chapter, I'll show you links where you could actually go and see the latest laws, the latest versions and updates. Okay, so to enforce this requirement, all applicants for licensing have to also submit to a criminal history record check. So basically, that's when you go get fingerprinted, they do the background check on you. You're also going to have to answer certain screening questions before you take the state exam. which will become part of your application for licensing. So be honest about it. Don't lie on any of the questions. Be as truthful as possible. You have to be at least 18 years of age and have a high school education, whether it's a diploma or a GED, the equivalent of a diploma. That's the minimum requirement in order to get a real estate license here in New Jersey. So the statute qualifications also include the absence of any convictions for forgery, burglary, robbery, any theft offense other than shoplifting, criminal conspiracy to defraud, or any other like offense within the last 5 years. Okay. And as was noted above, the law also provides that an applicant for a real estate license must establish their good general character, honesty, trustworthiness, and integrity. So in order to have that, they want to make sure that you got a high school diploma. You know, you trust, you're honest about disclosing any infractions that you may have had with the law. You know, even if it's you got to see the way they word the questions. I'm going to give you some of those sample questions here, but you know, those qualifying questions that you have to answer before you get your license, and every time you renew it, they ask you those questions again. You know, have you been arrested? Are you behind on child support? Are you licensed in any other states? Are you at least 18 years of age? Do you have a high school diploma or its equivalency, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Hello. Okay. So the purpose is to urge you to consider if any of these incidents may interfere with you being able to get your actual license. If you ever have any questions, you could pose them to the investigators over at the Real Estate Commission at this phone number. That's the phone number for the investigators. By the way, these slideshows are also available in that shared Google Drive I emailed to everybody too. So like I said, should you finish the hours, you pass the school exam, pass the state exam, these questions, these what they call screening questions, they'll become part of your application for your real estate license. And by lying on any of them, well, that shows that you're untrustworthy and don't have good moral character or whatever. And that could be reason for revocation of your license or cancellation of it even, or fines, or both. So here are some of those screening questions. With the exception of any motor vehicle violations, have you ever been convicted of a crime, misdemeanor, disorderly persons offense in New Jersey, any other state, or by the federal government? And are you presently on probation or parole? Is there a criminal complaint, disorderly persons charge, or criminal accusation, or criminal information presently pending against you, or are you currently under indictment in New Jersey, any other state, or the federal government? Are you enrolled in any pretrial intervention programs to avoid these prosecutions? Have you ever had a real estate or a professional license or similar credential revoked, suspended, or surrendered in lieu of formal prosecution or denied in New Jersey or any other state? Are you behind on child support obligations, or have you failed to provide any court-ordered health care coverage for such children by more than 6 months? Are you under the age of 18? Do you now hold, or have you ever held a license in New Jersey or any other state, real estate license? Are you a high school graduate or holder of a GED? And once again, do you hold a real estate license issued by another state? Okay, here's an example. I often get these from a page on the Real Estate Commission's website. The Real Estate Commission is the authority that gives us our licenses here. They're the ones that also monitor us, making sure that we're not breaking the laws. When the public makes complaints, they're there to make sure that they're there to protect the public from unscrupulous brokers and salespeople. Okay, so here's an example of somebody they got a database online on the Real Estate Commission's website that shows anytime somebody was found guilty of something and actions were taken against their license, or if they were fined. In this example here, we could see that this guy With the renewal of his license, he procured a license by fraud, misrepresentation, or deceit, and by misrepresenting the status of his court-ordered child support, which he was behind on. I guess he said he wasn't behind on it. And because of that, he lied, and they suspended his license. Let me see. He's ineligible for any license issued by the commission until such time he gets caught up on his child support. Plus, they slapped another $1,500 fine on him. Okay, so being honest is a big deal with the Real Estate Commission. And here's just a couple more examples of people who got busted lying on their qualifying questionnaires in order to get their real estate licenses. So it's just showing you people do get caught, so be honest. Okay, so here with this course, I told you could take your state exam online or in person. So you would just click here on site at the test center or online proctored. That means that somebody's watching you through the video camera when you're taking it from home. And it's available in both English as well as Spanish. So make sure that when you go to the Real Estate Commission's website, you actually select the real estate salesperson exam, because they also give you the option of taking the instructor's exam or the broker's exam. And I don't know why they allow you to click on that and actually start that exam and pay for that exam, because that's not the exam that you qualify for, and you shouldn't be taking it. And if you do, and you miraculously pass it, it counts for nothing, because that's not the license type you were applying for. Okay, you're applying for the salesperson license. I've actually had a student or two do this before. They went to the state's website and instead they registered for the wrong exam. They took the broker's exam and passed it. And the Real Estate Commission said, that doesn't count for anything. You have to take the right exam, the salesperson exam now. So they have to retake it. And the broker's exam is harder, which kind of like blows my mind. I have links here to the PSI test booklet. They have a guide. I also have it in our shared Google Drive there, but available for download. But you could always go here and see the latest one. Here, I'm going to copy this link and I'll share it with you guys in the chat windows if you want to put it in your own notes there. Boom, you see a Windows flashing on your screen now. That's how I share links with you. But I also share them in a Word document that's in our shared Google Drive called the class links, or I think I reworded it, the class notes guide now. So let me just show you real quick. In the shared Google Drive in the supplemental materials folder, I have copies of these guides here. So this PSI, where is it? It's called PSI something or other. Here you go, PSI test booklet and bulletin. Okay, you could download it there, or you could just go to the link here that I just shared with you and see the latest one, which takes you right here. That's the link I just shared with you. And this is the booklet that shows you, explains to you about preparing for the state exam, registering for the state exam, how to take the state exam online or in person. It also goes over a lot of basic information that I'm going to be teaching you in this class too, which is probably going to be on exam. You know, we just went over how much it's going to cost you to initially get your license. It's $160, right? Here's the information and the contact information for the Real Estate Commission and their investigators with the phone number, right? So a lot of the things I teach you in class, a lot of these notes and things that are on the Real Estate Commission's website are mirrored in this class, because these are basic things that we're going to be teaching you and that you're probably going to have questions for on the exam. Although it talks about brokers' exams here as well. The fee to take the state exam is $38 for each attempt. The school cannot include in our tuition the state exam fee that's paid directly to this company, PSI, that the state has contracted with. So this is the same link that I just showed you on my slide, where you could go to their website here and click on tests to get to registering for the exams. So they're going to give you all this information. And they show you, you know, how to fill it out. I'm just scrolling through this. I don't want to waste a lot of time showing the, you know, showing this in detail. I just shared the link with you guys. But if you scroll down far enough, it tells you what IDs you need to bring. We're going to go over that in chapter 1 as well. You need to have at least two forms of ID, one U.S. government issued photo ID that's valid when you go to the testing center. Let's see. See, salesperson exam, 110 questions, 70% passing. You got 4 hours to take the exam, state exam, just like the school exam. And passing score 77, so you can't get more than 33 questions wrong. They go over the different categories here. The exam is made up of a lot of different categories of information that we're going to be teaching you, like property ownership. So the salesperson exam, 10%, probably more like 10 questions, are covering property ownership. And these are the subcategories within property ownership where those questions will come from. Or financing, 10%. Valuing properties, 8%. Oh, hold on 1 second. I got one of these students calling me right now. Let me just take a pause this for 1 moment, see what they need to get in class. Sorry about these interruptions. Okay, so the PSI exams bulletin just shows you the parts of the exam, how many questions are on each exam, how to register for the exam, etc. You've got those sample tests and quizzes on their website here at on this link. This takes you here to PSI's site where you can take those free sample exams. And you could also pay for them there, and you could also come here to register for taking the exam. See if they change this around a little bit. Available tests. Okay, so you see here where it says available tests. You got the real estate broker, the instructor, and all the way down the bottom, the salesperson. These are the ones that you could register to take. Okay, don't register to take the instructor's exam or the broker's exam because that's not the one that you're going to qualify for. All right, and then here's a link to the the direct link to the state exam to register for that. That takes you directly here, but that's the same thing. Okay, you can check the available dates. You can see the sample exams over here. Under program info, available tests is where you could actually take the exam. So here, let me just share that with you, even though it's on our website, and I'm going to email it to you at the end of this course. Okay. You saw this, by the way, when I was over here, right? You click on that and it takes you here. You got to scroll down, select one of these. Not the instructor, not the broker. And then you could check the available dates for the exams. Okay. And down here, you got that free sample exams that you could take for the salesperson. I got them all over our website, these links as well. Okay. Once again, this is we have a section there on our website under the taking the school exam with frequently asked questions, general frequently asked questions, as well as what to do before and after taking the school exam. Once again, these slides are available to you to download from the shared Google Drive as well, that link I sent you, the email. So we also need to get fingerprinted in order to get our real estate license. And there's a certain code you got to fill in there. So when you go get fingerprinted, they know where to forward that information on to. And you need to bring that form with you to the fingerprinting center. Here's the code that needs to go in there, but I already have it built into this link that custom link I made here that also has that code built into it, as you can see here. So you have fingerprinting and the exam, IDs to bring, and the fingerprinting centers and other information. So the first one is a link to the Real Estate Commission's website. Takes you here. And they talk about candidates fingerprinting. And then you could take the exams remotely or in person. And there's the link to PSI. Scroll down a little bit, and here's to get fingerprinted. Here's the form you need to print out and bring with you, this universal fingerprinting form. And this form has all these codes already filled in here. Fingerprinting is $66.05. You fill out all the information. You don't need to fill out the employer's information at the time you go get fingerprinted, because you may not have found a broker yet that you want to sign up with. So you can leave that blank until you do. When you go to the website and you register for fingerprinting, this is the only code you need to put in there. And if you use the link that I have, you don't even have to put in a code. It'll take you directly there. So this link that I have with fingerprinting centers, you click on that. It already has that code in it, and it takes you directly here to schedule or manage an appointment. And you just fill in all your information, and you're registering for the exam. Okay. Oh, sorry. Took you here to Identigo, their website, where you just fill in all the information that's needed. These links I could show you are also in a class links Word document that I created in a shared Google Drive. If we go to slideshows and links used in class, you see there's one that I have here called the new class links and notes. If we were to click on that, it's going to open up the Word document. And here I have a list of the latest recordings of classes previous classes that I've taught. And then underneath that, here's the link to the shared Google Drive, the stuff I sent you in the email. If we continue down, you can see here are all the links that I've actually been showing you so far in the slideshow. The PSI, the tests, the links on our website, the fingerprinting links, the IDs to bring, all these links that are in these slideshows that I'm showing you. I've actually put them in this class links Word document. And you can see as we get into chapter 1, all the information and links that I show you in class, I put them in one Word document now, along with pretty much the whole entire lesson. This is a work in progress. I'm continually trying to reformat this and make this look better. So this Word document can actually be used to study as well. It's got all the information on our slides. So you could already have it as your notes that you could just read through. You see, we're going to be going over the 4 license types of real estate licenses. Okay, and let me share that with you as well. All right. Sorry, this girl's having trouble logging in. I don't know what her issue is. All right. So I just shared with you that that direct link to this file. So this is in that folder with the slideshows, okay? It's also your notes. And I also created another Word document here. You see state exam questions by category. Remember I showed you the PSI testing bulletin, the booklet? Well, that booklet also has, I broke down that information on that booklet, how many questions for the salesperson exam based on statutes and rules governing licensee activities. There's 22 questions. And that comes from chapters 1, 2, 3, and some from 18 and 21 of this book. I broke it down for this book that we actually use. So here are the subcategories of that. General principles of agency, 13 questions on that, and most of those questions come from chapters 3 and 10. So when you take the state exam, if you pass it, that's great. If you don't pass it on the first try, they'll give you a printout showing you the different categories, how many questions were on that category, and how many questions you got right. So if you could look at it, you could see what your weak areas were and what areas you need to brush up on. So I put together this little guide here that makes it easier to try to find where in the book you need to study that information so that you could pass the exam. Okay? It's very useful. A lot of students find this very useful. All right, and that's, once again, if we were to back out, this, when you click on that shared Google Drive link, it takes you directly here. So that's within the slideshows and links used in ClassFold. That's how we got to that, okay? All right, let's move on. So that year is a year is a year. Students, they have a year to get their real estate license from the day they pass the school exam. So you completed your hours, you pass the school exam, you got to find a broker to work under and get fingerprinted, and then send in a broker's check or money order, no personal checks, made out to the state treasurer of New Jersey for $160 to get your license. So you got to do all of that within 1 year of passing the school exam. Okay, so once you finish the hours, you take the school exam, you pass it, you got 1 year. Not a year and a day. A year is a year is a year, not a day more. No excuses, okay?
So, sorry, question. Before the state exam, I need to have a broker sponsor?
No.
No? After?
You could pass this, you could pass a school state exam, you could get your fingerprinting done, and you could still be looking for a broker because which one you want to work for, because you're interviewing around, right? You want to find which broker is right for you. Okay. Any broker will hire you. It's just a matter of you finding which is the right one for you. So once you do find that broker, they need to sign and fill out some information on the paperwork that PSI will give you, the testing center. So when you pass your state exam, they give you some paperwork. Okay. If you're taking it at home, it'll come up on screen and then you could print it. Okay. And then you take that with you to the broker. They have to fill out some information on that form. You have to fill out some information like which license type you're applying for, because taking this course and passing it will qualify you for a salesperson, a real estate salesperson license, or a referral agent's license. Okay. So you have to check off which license you're applying for.
Okay.
And then the broker has to sign off, fill out his information, his contact info, and that he signed an employment agreement with you so that you're going to be working for him and he'll be your supervisor. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, so ready to get into it?
Yeah.
All right. So chapter 1. If we crack open the front cover of your book, it looks like this. Okay. I got a couple things highlighted here, which we'll zoom in on them as we progress with the slides. Like as you can see, we'll get into some of these things on this inside cover. Like how many feet are in an acre? You need to know that. You need to memorize that. It'll be on exams. You'll probably get a math problem needing to know this number. You need to memorize this number. How many feet are in an acre? Because you get a math problem, and if you don't know that number, you're not getting it right. And then this is something that that we'll go over next week. It goes over how to calculate interest paid on the life of a loan, over the life of a loan. So this is the actual formula for it. But there's other formulas here as well. But I know you're going to get a question like this on state exam. I know you need this number for the state exam. I mean, some of these other basic calculations you need to know as well. This one, these ones. But I got better formulas for you. So I'll give them to you as we come across them. So here, let's highlight that. You got a highlighter handy?
Yeah.
Okay. How many feet are in an acre? There's 43,560 square feet in an acre.
Mhm.
Now, one way to remember this, a lot of instructors just tell you, hey, just remember, you add up the two numbers on this side of the comma, it equals 7. You add up the numbers on this side of the comma, it equals 11. So remember 7, 11, you know, and I guess that's easy for people to remember. However, it doesn't tell you which numbers they are and what order they go in. So I got a little better way to remember this. Can you count to 6? Can you count to 6 starting with 3? So I tell people just draw a comma and then start counting to the left, and then to the right. Okay, so 3, 4, 5, 6, and then you throw a 0 on there for good luck. So that's how you can remember how many feet are in an acre. Count to 6, starting with 3, to the left, and then to the right. 3, 4, and then 5, 6. And then throw a 0 on there. Right? There's a good way to remember.
Yeah, it's easy.
That makes it easier.
Mhm.
And let's see, what do we have here? This shows you a couple ways that they could give you math problems, or actually these are more the formulas. A couple ways they give you the formulas for calculating area. Like if your property, which we'll call it a lot, LOT, your lot that your house sits on, is 25,000 square feet, and you want to find out, well, how many acres is that? Or is it even an acre? Well, take that total area and divide it by how many square feet are there in an acre. 43,560. And that'll show you it's a little bit more than a half an acre, 0.57 acres. That's how you figure out, do that calculation. And if you have a property that's several acres in size, and you want to figure out what its exact area is, well, you could, in this example, they say you have a property, it's 1.3 acres. Just times that by the number of feet per acre, and it'll give you the total area of 1.3 acres, 56,628 square feet in 1.3 acres. Now, I'm going to give you a couple math problems that we're actually going to use this and implement this. And you could use calculators, by the way, on your exam. As long as it's not a real estate calculator. It has to be just a plain, ordinary calculator. Okay. And then if they're going to give you the costs, so if they tell you to divide the dollar amount, let me see, to compute the value or cost per measurement, divide the dollar amount by the unit of measurement. I'm going to show you examples. It's easier to remember if I show you an example. And here's some basic area. Like, let's say this is a room size. This isn't a lot. It's too small, right? It's actually small for a room, maybe a closet. Okay, so here we have a square. When trying to calculate the area of a square or a rectangle, all you got to do is multiply one side's length by the other side's, because the opposite side is the same measurement, whether it's a square or a rectangle. If this side is 6 feet, the other side is 6 feet. If this side is 4 feet, the other side, the opposite side is 4 feet. So if you just multiply this number by this number, it'll give you the total area. I know some of this stuff is maybe basic math, but I don't assume that anybody knows any of this or remembers any of it, so I go over it all in detail. Just refresher never hurts, right? Okay. And if you look at a triangle, it has 3 points, right? A triangle. If we were to move this triangle and put it over the square, the rectangle here, isn't it half of a rectangle?
Yeah, it's half, yeah.
So you calculate it the same way. You multiply this size by this side, and then divide it in half. Because a triangle is half of a rectangle or square. Trapezoid gets a little bit more complicated. I don't think they're going to give you this one on exams, but I'm going to show you how to figure it out anyway. So to figure out the trapezoid, you're going to add the length of both. You're going to add the length of both opposite sides. Okay, 5 feet here on the top, 3 feet down here. So the two longer sides, you're going to add them up. 5 plus 3 is 8. And then you're going to divide that in half. Because there are some triangles in here. There's actually 2 of them. But you're going to divide that in half and you're going to get 4. And then you're going to multiply that by the height of the other side. And that's how you get the area of a trapezoid, which basically has 2 angled sides. All right. And if you want to figure out the area, like you want to figure out how to put paint on the walls and the floor and everything, I guess, to find the cubic capacity of an area, you take the length times the width times the height, and now we're making it 3-dimensional. Instead of just doing this, we're also going to now turn it sideways and make it like a room where you could divide the size, multiply the sides of the size of the walls, how high they are as well. Now, I guess you could use that for calculating it if you need paint or something. But you're not going to need that either for exams. And how to calculate commissions. If you want to figure out what your commission is, well, the sales price times the rate of commission. So if it's sold for $300,000 and you charge 6% commission, 300,000 times 6%. Okay. If you want to figure out what the sales price was, you take the commission and divide it by the rate. And if you want to figure out what the rate was, you take the commission and divide it by the sales price. An easier way to try to remember these formulas is just this. I call it the T formula. Okay. You just draw a T. You put the division symbols up here and the multiplication symbol here. The small number always goes up top. A large number, which is usually the sales price, goes down the bottom, and the percentage or rate goes over here. This formula can be used for calculating a lot of different kinds of math problems. It can be used for figuring out capitalization rates, the rate of return on an investor's money. It can be used for calculating some taxes. It could be used for calculating commissions. The one basic thing I want you to remember now is just that the small number always goes up top, large number on one side, and a rate on the other. You divide down or multiply across. You need to have at least 2 of the 3 numbers to figuring out the missing component. Like, I'll give you an example in just a moment, but here you can remember TGIF. Whichever number's on top, that's the number you punch in the calculator first. Then you hit divide and then divide it by the rate or the large number to figure out what the other one is. So here are 5 different problems that you could figure out using that formula. I tell people you could take the screenshots of these things, to do screen captures with your computer, then print this out, or, you could print this out from the slideshow, or you could take your camera and snap a picture of it, but it's usually going to be a little wavy if you do that. But most computers, you could have a screenshot app called, if you got a PC and you got Windows computer, you could probably pull up, it's called, what is it called? Snag? No, not Snag. It's called, if you type in SN in your search bar there on your computer, it'll pull up a snippet tool. Well, it's called a snippet tool where you could take screenshots. And it'll keep those screenshots for you. And it'll be a lot clearer, and you could maybe even print them out. And you could save them. So this tool here, the T formula, you could use to figure out commissions, interest payments, net income, annual net or profit or losses, or taxes, assessed value or tax rate. So if you match up, like if you want to figure out commissions, you need 1, 1, and 1. These are the 3 numbers that you're going to use in the T formula. If you want to figure out the second one, interest payment, a loan amount, or the interest rate. So you need those 3 numbers to figure out that math problem, and so on and so forth. So here's 5 examples of math problems that you could use. You're going to try to figure out the cap rate or capitalization rate, which is a measurement of the rate of return of an investor's money for their investment. You need the cap rate, the market value of a property, sales price there, or the net annual income. The net is after expenses. Okay, so let's give some examples. We'll use your commission first. This is how this works. Now, this is a tool I'm teaching you. They're not going to give this to you on exam. On exam, they'll just give you a question like what's in the box here. And you need to figure it out. By me giving you this T formula tool, it makes it a lot easier to figure out. So, for example, if you charge a seller 6%, and the commission, 6% commission, and the total commission collected was $21,600. How much did the property sell for? Well, which is the larger number, the commission or the sales price?
The sale price.
The sale price. So the sale price goes down the bottom. So we have the smaller number, the commission here, so we put that up top. And then the percentage, the rates always go down on the bottom. So now if you want to figure out what this property sold for, you divide down 21,000, top TGIF, the top number goes in the calculator first. 21.6 divided by 6%. You got to hit the percent key or convert it to 0.06. 0.06 is the same thing as 6%. And what do you get?
Well, let me think. One moment.
Sure.
$1,296.
Well,
1,296.
well, hold on a second. You put 21,000. We're trying to figure out what the large number is. And we know the sale price is going to be larger than this. This is the commission.
So you want to know the commission? That's what you said, right?
I want to know what the sale price is. This is the commission right here.
That's the commission. Sorry. Okay. So, okay.
So you see the question here, it says if you charge the seller 6% commission and the total commission collected was $21,600, how much did the property sell for?
Mm-hmm.
So top number goes in the calculator first, $21,600.
That's 360,000. That's the price. 360.
There you go. That's
Mm.
it.
Mm.
Doesn't the tool make it easier to figure out what numbers you plug in the calculator though? You know?
Yeah. Mm. The value, the rate,
Yes.
and the small. Okay.
So this T formula works on a lot of problems. It works on commission problems like that. It's very helpful. It's very useful.
Yeah, very easy. Yeah. Uh,
So this is that formula. You know, top number goes in the calculator first. Now we could ask the same using the same problem, the same question. I'm going to ask it a different way. If a house sold for 360,000 and the agent charged 6% commission, how much would the total commission be? Well, the sale price is the large number, so that goes down bottom, and percentages or rates go on the bottom as well. And so you multiply across 360 times the 6%.
the 21,600.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't it make it easier? It makes it a lot easier. But you just got to remember what numbers go where. Just think about it for a second. Which is the small number? Which is the large number? Because they'll just give it to you in question format like this. They're not going to give you this T that you'll know to divide or multiply. This is the tool that I'm teaching you. Makes it a lot easier.
Make it easier.
Okay, and once again, here's another way of asking the same question. If the house sold for 360 and the commission collected was 21,600, what was the rate of commission that the licensee charged to sell the home?
6%.
Well, you take the commission, you divide it by the sale price, and you'll get the percentage. Okay, it's also a good way to check your math.
Yeah, that's the inverse operation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So once again, here is that slide that shows you the formula, the instructions on how to use it, and these are the different types of math problems that we could figure out using that reverse or that T formula. All right. And so we also have, there's other math problems that we're going to learn about. We're going to learn about calculating PITI, principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. Amortization, we're going to learn what that is. That's going to be next week. And as well as how to calculate the interest over the life of a loan. So to dive into chapter 1 now. In this chapter, we're going to describe the different types of New Jersey real estate licenses, including the qualifications for and exemptions from licensure. Now we're going to explain licensing procedures for New Jersey residents, out-of-state residents, and rental referral agencies. So, do you live in New Jersey? You live in New Jersey?
Yeah, I live in New Jersey. Yeah.
Okay. So sometimes we get students in this class that they don't live in New Jersey. They come from out of state and they want to get their New Jersey license. They can still get licensed here in New Jersey, but they need to sign an agreement to come back to New Jersey to listen to charges against them if they ever violate the law or somebody files a complaint. They have to come back to New Jersey and have those charges heard against them in New Jersey court. We're not going to be chasing you in other states if you may live in a different state. So the Real Estate Commission says that if you want to get licensed in New Jersey, you got to follow our rules and agree to come back here to have charges heard against you here in our courts in New Jersey. We're not going to be chasing you around the country. Okay, so that's called a consent to be sued in the state. That's an additional document that's out-of-state residents would have to sign in order to get their New Jersey real estate license. So let's start off with cracking the book open. And if we move past that cover page, we have a table of contents, which I haven't added those screenshots here yet. And then past the table of contents, we have an introductory about the book, a little bit about getting started in real estate, This is just following along your book. I don't have it in the slideshow here. What the role of this class is, and it's basically to teach you how not to break the law, what the laws are, and teach you some basics in real estate. To actually work in the business, that's something your brokers should train you on. Okay. Although this class, I will give you some tips and tricks and stuff, some information, but that's not really the role of this course. This course is to help you pass the exam, to instill basic knowledge in you. All right. A little bit about the job description, how to affiliate with a broker, and they give you some sample questions to ask brokers when interviewing. Now, I've also done that in that shared Google Drive. Let me see if I can find it. There we go. So if we go to the supplemental folder, I have some interview questions. You see here, interview questions. These are some additional interview questions to the ones that are in the book. That when you go to, now I'm in the process of updating these as well. I'm also going to integrate the questions from the book in that. And basically, we're going to have, here are some of the additional questions that you could ask brokers when interviewing for a job. Stuff that'll help you out, not help them. You know, they're going to be asking you questions, but you should be asking them questions to see if this place is right for you. All right, so these are just some additional questions. All right, so getting back to the book, page number 1, chapter 1, who must be licensed? Yeah, it looks like a lot of highlighting there, but there are several questions right here. Anyone who takes part in a real estate transaction in New Jersey for another person for a fee, commission, or other valuable consideration must have a real estate license. And licensing regulations are put in place to protect the general public from unscrupulous brokers and salespeople. So, who needs to have a real estate license? Anyone who takes part in a real estate transaction to help someone else out in exchange for something of value. If you're helping someone else out in a real estate transaction, you're getting something of value in return, you need to be licensed. And why do we have licensing laws? To protect the public from unscrupulous brokers and salespeople. And that's basically what this slide basically breaks down. And I just put in here, licenses have been required in New Jersey since 1921. And here's the Real Estate Commission's link to their website. And licenses are governed by the Real Estate Licensing Act, known as New Jersey Statutes 4515. The statutes are the laws. And who makes laws? Who makes laws?
The government.
The government. Let's be a little more specific. Who in the government makes the laws? What do we call those people?
The commissioner?
You don't concentrate on real estate. Who, generally speaking, who makes laws?
Okay.
Politicians, right? Politicians make laws.
Politician, yes.
Right? They vote and then they create laws. They pass laws.
Mm-hmm.
So, do politicians know everything that's about the real estate business? Probably not. So they just created a framework of rules that they made the laws, the statutes. Now, they also gave the authority to the Real Estate Commission to enforce those laws and to create their own additional rules on top of these laws that dive into the details of the day-to-day business. We call those rules and regulations the Administrative Code, or Title 11, Chapter 5, which is just as enforceable and becomes law, even though it wasn't passed by politicians, because the politicians gave that authority to the regulating authority, which is the Real Estate Commission. Okay? So you need to know this for exams. New Jersey statutes are 4515, and the rules and regulations created by the Real Estate Commission are 11:5, also known as the Administrative Code. So these are the statutes, that's the law, 4515, and 11:5, that's the Administrative Code. So you will need to know those numbers. Now, those are the only two that I'm going to teach you, okay? Those are the only two you need to know. These are dealing with real estate. And 4515 is the law. 11:5 is also dealing with real estate, but that's the rules and regulations created by the Real Estate Commission. And here are the links where you can see the latest legislation that politicians create in the state of New Jersey through the LexisNexis website through the legislative website. And then LexisNexis keeps the New Jersey codes that the Real Estate Commission created. So I got those links there too. Now, I showed you in the shared Google Drive that class links and notes Word document. I'm going to open it up, the one that I'm working on my computer, because it'll be easier for you to see. It's bigger to see. But it's the same document that I uploaded there. Has the latest class playlists, recorded classes, the information I sent you on the emails about the shared Google Drive, additional resources for studying. Here are the steps to get your real estate license. See, I'm breaking these things down that I'm showing you in the slideshow, that I'm showing you on the websites. I'm putting it all in one Word document here. So this Word document is going to be available to you as well, and it gets updated. Like right now, we just started chapter 1, right? So reasons to disqualification for a real estate license. Remember, we went over some of those slides? No license will be issued to anyone convicted within the preceding 5 years of certain crimes, right? There are bans on the issuance of a license. No license will be issued by the commission or to any person, within the 5 years. Now they do have an exception there for some crimes, but that doesn't mean that you're necessarily going to get your license right away. There are also other laws here that prohibit you from getting your license right away, or if at all, like the Megan's Law, sexual assaults. And right now, we just went over on this current slide, who must be licensed, right? anyone who takes part in a real estate transaction in New Jersey for another person for a fee, commission, or other valuable consideration. See, I have all of these things in this Word document. I took these slideshows with my last class and I put them all the basic information, not just the links. I used to just call this the class links Word document. Now it's class links and notes, because these are the notes that we need to study. So we have all of these links, like right now, on the current slide we're on, here's the link to the Real Estate Commission website. The licensing laws. So licenses are governed by Real Estate Licensing Act, known as New Jersey Statutes 4515. And this can be found on page 465 in the back of the book. You can see the actual laws written on, actual laws printed in the back of the book on page 465, right? These are the laws created by politicians. And then we have the rules and regulations set up by the New Jersey Real Estate Commission. Title 11, Chapter 5, also known as the Administrative Code. And they can be found on page 512 in the back of the book. So one thing you'll see here is, as we start going through this slideshow, I have all of these things in this class links Word document as well. All the links, licensing fees, and everything. I try to put it in better order and make this the notes that we're going to learn here. This is the same stuff, though, that we're seeing in the slideshow. I just want to point out that it's in that Word document that's available to you as well. Okay. So back to the slideshow. Who must be licensed? Okay, we just went over that. So in the book, let's do these highlights and write these notes. You see, I put those cross references, page 468, page 515. Title 11, Chapter 5, it's known as 11:5. Where it says Title 45, Chapter 15, I wrote 45:5. Where it says the Real Estate Licensing Act, above it, I typed NJ statutes. Okay, so write that there in the book. So those are your notes. Okay, got it?
Got it. Yeah.
All right, so here's some examples of a guy who did not have a real estate license. He just tried running his own property management company and creating it, and he got busted by the Real Estate Commission that shut him down, basically, and gave him fines. for operating without a license. You got a $10,000 fine. You have to pay $300 restitution, and they shut down his businesses. So, Real Estate Commission is a division within the Department of Banking and Insurance, and it consists of 8 members, 5 real estate brokers, uh, licensed as real estate brokers for at least 10 years, 2 people appointed from the general public, and 1 that's appointed by the governor. Every time the governor changes, that person usually changes too. But they all serve 3-year terms, but any of them can be replaced at the leisure of the governor. Anytime you see a slide that has highlighting here, just directly go to your book and start doing the highlight. Don't even wait for me to tell you to highlight it, okay? So just get the notes there. You gotta know how many people are on the real estate commission.
Say,
Okay. All right. All right. So this looks a bit messy here because I got a lot highlighted here. These are the different 4 types of real estate licenses and some other notes here. So I have the highlights and the notes. I'm gonna have look the next slide is going to be a lot cleaner. It's going to look just like this where I rewrote everything into it. But so you have it in the book. You may want to do the underlines and write the little notes in here that I have penciled in everywhere or typed in. Like this, I have typed in here. Okay. If you can't read something I have here, just let me know. I could tell you what it says. And let me know after you get everything.
okay,
Okay.
okay,
So here are those notes a little bit neater. Uh, the four different types of licenses. So we have broker. Broker is the only person licensed to charge the public directly fees for the services that we perform. We as real estate licensees, we're able to charge the public fees under the broker who we're licensed under their name, their company name. Okay. So the broker is the only person licensed to charge the public for services and hire licensees. Every agency, every company, every brokerage only has one broker, who's also known as the broker of record. So that license type is known as the broker or broker of record. Because they call them the broker of record because they're in charge of record keeping. They're responsible for providing office space, a physical place of business. New Jersey doesn't have virtual real estate offices. Every broker has to have a physical place of business. And they have to provide guidance and direction to their salespeople, the people who work under them. Guidance and direction is not training. Don't confuse that with training. Guidance and direction is making sure you're adhering to the laws and the Real Estate Commission's rules and regulations. Okay. Real Estate Commission can care less if your broker trains you on how to make money. They want to make sure that you don't break the law, that you don't break their rules. So that's what they mean by guidance and direction. So what does the broker need to provide to salespeople? Office space and guidance and direction. So every company only has one broker. That broker is the only person who could charge the public fees for services performed, and the broker is supposed to provide office guidance and direction and office space to their licensees. Okay, probably get questions on all of those, so you need to understand that. Now, the broker salesperson is someone with a broker type license as well. They got the same education, took the same exam as the broker, except they choose to work in the name of another and under another licensed broker. That's what a broker salesperson is. They can also work as an office manager. If your brokerage, your company has more than one office, they need somebody to manage each office. And it needs to be somebody with a broker type license. So it could be either the broker of record or a broker salesperson that's listed with the Real Estate Commission as the manager for the office. So that's the difference between a broker and a broker salesperson. Broker salesperson works under another broker. Salesperson works under and in the name of only one New Jersey sponsoring broker and is only paid by that broker. You can only be paid by the broker under which you are employed. Salespeople can work directly with clients and customers, and they can also send referrals to their broker or maybe another agency. You know, for example, you help somebody sell their house. Where are they moving? Maybe it's someplace else in New Jersey. Maybe it's another state. You could refer that business to another company, another brokerage. And when they help that person buy a house in that state, they will send you a referral fee. Not directly to you. They'll send it to your broker. Remember, because you could only be paid by who? Your broker. So you got to follow the money, right? So you send out a referral to another company. Hey, my client, they're moving to your state. Can you help them find a house? You fill out a referral contract with them. Maybe ask for 25, 35% commission, whatever it is you're asking for as a referral fee. And off the top, before they get their commission, splitting it with their agents, that broker will send that 25 to 35% or whatever the agreed upon commission split is. They'll send that to your broker, and then your broker will split that with you according to whatever the split is in your employment agreement. Got it?
Okay.
So don't leave any meat on the bones. You could make more money than just selling somebody a house. You could also help them find their next house. Even though you're not helping them directly, you could help find them an agent who will help them, and you'll still earn commission off of that.
Yeah.
Hey, that's not chump change. That could be a decent amount of cash. Look, let's just say it's 25%. Let's just say it's a super low, cheap house. Let's just say it's something $200,000. That doesn't even exist in New Jersey. You'll be lucky if you can find it, right? So let's just say it's a $200,000 house, right? And let's just say the commission was low. It was a 5% commission, but that's split between the two companies. So you get 2.5% of that. So 200,000 times 2.5%, that's $5,000 that goes to the buyer's agency side. Now you're getting a 25% split of that. You're getting 25% of that. So times 25%, that's $1,250. And let's just say you're on a 70-30 split with your broker. You're getting 70% of that commission. So times 70% of that, that's $875 for doing what? Lifting up a phone, faxing or emailing a referral agreement. $875 just for that on a $200,000 home. That's not bad. Good extra cash for your pocket, right? Now, the referral agent, there's nothing. Maybe you don't want to work in real estate, but you want to earn a commission legally. You have people who have their careers already, and they're not looking to enter into a new one. But the only way for you to legally earn a commission is you need to be licensed. So you're taking this class, you get licensed, and you become a referral agent. Referral agents can only work for referral companies. Real estate brokerages have two types of licenses. You have your traditional brokerage license, and there is the referral company. A referral company can associate and affiliate the licenses of referral agents who are restricted from working directly with the public. The only thing they could do is refer prospects, business prospects, buyers or renters or sellers or landlords to their brokers. And they refer them to agents who are going to work with them. When they close on the deal, the referral agent earns a referral fee. And I just showed you an example of what a referral fee can be like. Okay, so it's not a traditional real estate company, but a referral company that they can work under. Now, referral agents, they changed the actual license name. You're actually called a salesperson licensed with a real estate referral company. It's a mouthful, I know. Or an abbreviation is SWRERC. If you see that, that means you're a referral agent, okay? We usually just refer to people as referral agents, even though the official license name now is SLWRERC, which stands for Salesperson Licensed with a Real Estate Referral Company. They cannot show houses. They cannot answer questions about listed property. They can't take listings. You don't get access to the MLS. All you can do is send referrals. In exchange, you earn commissions. Any questions so far about any of those license types?
No question.
Okay. You notice I didn't say realtor as a license type?
Excuse me?
You notice I did not say realtor as a license type? I never used the word realtor?
No, you said no.
Because it's not a license type. A realtor or realtor associate is not a license type. It's a member. It's what we call members of a private trade organization called NAR, the National Association of Realtors. They have nothing to do with state licensing. They may have their own rules and regulations for their members, but they have nothing to do with your license, your real estate license.
You have to be licensed to be member, right?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. Now, they follow a strict code of ethics called the Realtors Code of Ethics. And you need to take this class once every 3 years. And within 45 days of initially getting your membership with their organization. Now, most MLSs, the multiple listing services, that's the database, how where we share our properties that we're selling with other real estate agents. Most of them require you to be a member of the realtor organization in good standing, meaning that you paid your dues and you attended that training class, that code of ethics training class that you need to complete every 3 years. And this has been a requirement. The Realtor Code of Ethics has been around since 1913. Wait, when did New Jersey first require licensing? 1921?
1921.
So it's been around. We've been members of the Realtors Association, and we've been self-policing ourselves from those, shoddy salespeople that are looking to get one over on people in the public. Let me call them snake oil salesmen, right? We've been self-policing our own industry since 1913, so that we don't get a stain on our own reputations. So we have this code of ethics training that all members need to undergo. And technically, only a broker can be a realtor. And all the agents that are licensed under the broker, those salespeople, they're called realtor associate, because they're realtors by association to their broker. So technically, only the broker can call themselves a realtor. All salespeople are realtor associates.
So only broker they can call realtor.
Correct.
The salesperson is realtor associate.
Correct. That's the correct way to do it. But if you go out there, you're going to hear real estate agents all the time calling themselves realtors that are not brokers. It's easier just to have a conversation. Instead of saying, I'm a realtor associate, they say, I'm a realtor. That's a bad habit they get into, but they do it anyway. But on your business card, it should not say realtor. It should say realtor associate or licensed real estate salesperson, something to that effect. Remember, I told you there's 2 real estate licenses for companies. You got your traditional real estate brokerage that has real estate broker salespeople and salespeople working for them. And then you have referral companies, which can only associate licenses of referral agents. They're not a full service traditional brokerage firm. Now, how much does it cost to initially get your real estate license? Okay, now this stuff is a little bit out of order from what's in the book. In the book, we're still on page 2, 3. Here's some stuff that's on page 7. Here's some things that are on page 2 and 7. If you're going to notice on these slides, I always write cross references for page numbers of where you can get this information. But I put my slides in a little bit of different order that's more organized. Like, what's the initial cost to get your real estate license? Since we're thinking about licenses, I think it's a good time that we have all this information in one place together. In the book, they don't show that to you until page 7. I like to just go over it all right up front. So it's $160, $100 to initially get the license, $50 for the background check, and $10 to the guarantee fund. And for brokers and broker salespeople, the initial cost is $270. Everything with them is double, $200 for the license instead of $100. The background check still costs the same, but they contribute twice the amount to the guarantee fund, $20. Now, the cost to renew your license is cheaper. It's $100. It's just the cost of the license. And for brokers and salespeople, it's $200. Now, everybody's license renews at the same time. June 30th, odd-numbered years. So if you don't renew it by June 30th, well, your license is still good on June 30th, but the next day, which is July 1st, it expires. It becomes inactive. Now, if your license can remain inactive or, and still be reactivated anytime within the next licensing term, which is how long? 2 years. So June 30th, odd number of years. We're in 2025 right now. It's an odd number of year. Everybody's license just recently renewed this year. So you're getting your real estate license near the beginning of the licensing term. So you'll get just about the full 2 years out of it. Now, before anybody can renew their license, they need to complete 12 hours of continuing education classes. So each credit, each CE credit, continuing education class credit, is equal to 1 hour of classroom time. So here's the breakdown on the Real Estate Commission's website. I have a link here to it. Takes you here. You got 1 hour in fair housing and New Jersey law against discrimination. 1 hour in agency law, 2 hours in ethics, and 2 in any other core topic. And the remaining 6 credits can be any combination of core and elective topics. And then they give you a little further breakdown of it here. So it's the same thing I have on this slide. You got to, here's the basics. Those 12 hours of CE classes, each CE class needs to be approved by the Real Estate Commission. It'll be given a license number. Your CE classes have to be completed 2 months before your license renewal. When does your license renew?
June 30th.
So 2 months before is April 30th.
April 30th.
So you need to complete CE classes by April 30th of the odd number years. Otherwise, the Real Estate Commission will charge an additional $200 processing fee. They say it's not a fine. It's an administrative charge. Okay, whatever. If you're going to penalize me by me having to pay an additional money, I consider it a fine, right? Even though they say it's not a fine, it's a processing fee. If you don't complete your CE on time. CE classes can be taken in person or online. They don't need to be taken in New Jersey either. They just need to be approved by New Jersey Real Estate Commission. I've seen CE classes given on cruise ships. I've seen them given in Las Vegas or in Florida or in some other vacation destination resort. Doesn't that make it a business trip? You're taking classes as a requirement to renew your license, or you're taking classes that will help you in your business.
Do you have a question?
It's a business trip now, right?
Excuse me?
It's a business trip now, right? Because it's business related.
I have business now. I do what I do on IRS enroll agent. Enroll agent. So I'd be like a IRS lawyer. So I can go to represent to people, to the poor. So I know only tax prepared. So I had a little more than tax prepared. So I had to pass a test with the IRS.
Okay. So then you also know that now that you got this as a business trip, you could have some deductions now on your taxes, right?
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, but it depends. It depends how many hours you spend
on your business. Yeah.
How many hours you spend.
Yeah, I know there's a little more to it than that. You know, I'm a little oversimplifying it here as the requirements. That's why I always follow up with telling people to consult with their tax professional, because I'm not a tax professional by any means. But I'm just trying to turn this into a segue to let you know that um, the cost of this class, is this not a business venture? It is. So therefore, the cost of this class is tax deductible.
Yeah, you can do that. You can do it.
These tools that you buy to use in this business, you need a new cell phone that you're going to use for talking to your clients,
Yeah, you can use it. You can
tax
use it.
deduction, right?
Yeah,
Uh,
you can everything that's necessary to run your business, you can deduct.
Exactly, exactly. So you already know this. I'm just saying it for the sake of the recording because I'm recording the class as well. So,
Yeah.
um, yeah, so everything with this business, your realtor dues, your MLS fees, your licensing fees, your testing fees, your fingerprinting, your real estate class, any marketing or advertising, your business cards, it's all tax deductible. So keep track of all your expenses.
Yeah.
Let's see. Now, I always tell people if they're not planning on becoming a salesperson, a real estate salesperson, but they plan on just wanting to get their referral agent's license, I usually tell them they should probably start as a salesperson, even if it's just to initially get licensed there as a salesperson, and then you could immediately convert your license type to a referral agent. And the reason why I tell them that is because this is a technicality, the way the laws are written. I tell you how to get over on it, basically. If you initially get your license as a referral agent, and then at any time in the future you want to convert to a salesperson to actually help and work with people, you're going to have to take more CE classes than normal to do that. And depending how long your license has been active as a referral agent, they may even require you to retake the state exam. So I always tell people to start off as a salesperson and then convert their license to a referral agent. And then you don't have as stringent as a requirements to convert your license back to a salesperson if ever needed or wanted. So here's there's a little guide here of how many CE classes and what CE classes you need to take if you want to convert your license from a referral agent to a salesperson. And then let's see, we have a break. Now, I'm not going to bother showing you that. That guide is in the shared Google Drive. It's in the class links Word document. It's in this slideshow. I'm not going to bother showing you. You're not going to need to study it. It's not on exam. What's on exam is you just need to know how many CE classes you need to take in what topics. You need to have 6 core topics, 6 hours in core topics, and 6 hours in any other approved class. Could be electives or core. So we have 2 credits in ethics, 1 in fair housing and New Jersey law against discrimination, 1 in agency law, and 2 in any remaining core topics. Then the 6 additional credits, they could be all in core topics or ethics, or electives or any other class, as long as it's approved by the Real Estate Commission. And wherever you take them, whether you take it online or you take it through a real estate school, it needs to be reported to the state system, so it's associated with your license, that the state knows that you completed those CE classes. And this is the link where you could track your CE credits. So njrece.psiexams.com. Here's that link. And that takes you here to the PSI's real estate CE tracking system. They show you how to create your login once you have your real estate license. Okay. I got my information already in there, so I'm going to just log in. And I'm going to show you how this works. So we just had our licenses renewed. I didn't take any CE classes yet for the new next renewal period in 2 years. So as you can see, it shows 0. total of the 12 hours. And then they got the breakdown of the 6 core hours, of the 2 ethics, of the fair housing and the agency. What have I taken so far? I haven't taken any yet. So let me show you what I took the previous. So the previous licensing term, by the way, you can see this. I'm sharing the screen with you, right? You can see the PSI website right now?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure because I have to change the screen that I'm presenting to you so that you're seeing the same thing I am here. Okay, so as you can see, this previous licensing term, 2023 to 2025, if we were to go into that one, you can see the breakdown. I completed all 12 of my CE credits. Of the 6 core hours, I completed 11. I completed 11 hours in core topics instead of 6. Of the 2 ethics, I completed 3. Of the 1 hour of fair housing, I finished 3 instead. And 1 hour in agency, I took 1 hour of agency. And here's the actual breakdown of which classes I took, or when did I complete them. It keeps track of all of that. And you see this is the licensing number of the course that I took. So this is the CE tracking system and a way to make sure that your credits are being credited to you after you took these courses. And then you could know if you're ready for renewal of your license or if you need to finish hours still.
So your school give a class for
CE, yeah.
for pieces too.
Now, you could take them online, you could take them in person. You could take 1 hour here, 2 hours there. You could take them at your own pace. These classes are a little more laid back.
It's self education.
Correct. Okay, so this class itself that you're taking right now for initially getting your real estate license, if you were to take this in the second licensing term, it could count towards your CE credits because it's that close to the license renewal. They're not going to require you to take this class and then take CE on top of it. This class would give you those credits. But right now, we just renewed our licenses. So if you get your license now, before your license comes up for renewal, you will still have to complete that 12 hours of CE.
No.
Okay. Before when?
Before the class I had to do April 30th. That's what they say in the book.
Correct. April 30th, 2027.
Yeah, 2027, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so that's basically the breakdown of how this works. And then who is exempt from the CE licensing, CE classes to renew their licenses? Well, newly licensed agents after June 30th in even numbered years. So that's the second licensing term. Referral agents, they're not required to take CE class to renew their licenses. And brokers who have been licensed for at least 40 years. They're given an exemption, as you can see on the Real Estate Commission's website. They're given an exemption according to the law they wrote in there. Only years of licensure as a real estate broker or broker salesperson count toward the 40-year requirement. So if they were a salesperson, the years as licensed as a salesperson don't count. Only the years they were licensed as a broker or broker salesperson. If they were licensed for at least 40 years as a broker or broker salesperson, then they don't need to take CE. Okay. So here's everything you need to know about CE in one spot, because the book does not put it in one place. It's all over these things. Some of these things are on page 7. Some of these things are on page 2. So they're all over the place. So if you want to snap a picture of this slide or take a screenshot of it with your snippet tool, it's good notes. Or when we get to page 7, I'll tell you to highlight some stuff.
Yeah, page 7.
Good. Here's just a video of how I just walked you through that CE tracking system. This is just a video I previously recorded like that, and I put it into this slideshow. So we can skip that. Okay. When performing any of these acts for someone else in exchange for a fee, commission, or anything of value, you have to have a real estate license. So salespeople can do all the same activities as their brokers can, but they're doing it in the name of the broker under which they're employed under. So they can list real estate for sale, sell, exchange, buy, auction, or sell real estate. They could collect rents, solicit prospective purchasers or sellers, negotiate a real estate loan for commercial loans, sell lots or other parcels for a developer, or sell business opportunities that involve real estate. You don't need to have a real estate license to sell a business unless real estate's involved. Okay? So do you need to have a real estate license to sell a business?
So to sell a business,
A business. You do not. You do not need to have a real estate license to sell a business unless real estate's involved, included in the sale of that business. You understand? So look, I can have a web development company. I could sell you my web development company. I don't need a real estate license to sell you my web development company, right?
Mhm.
But if it's in a building and the building is included in the sale of that business, well, then I need to have a real estate license to sell you that business. Okay, so page 3, activities covered, under activities covered. These are the activities that require a real estate license. Now, I made some little notes here, and I highlighted this here. These are the things I just went over on the previous slide. And salespeople, salesperson's license allows the holder to operate under the supervision of their licensed broker to assist in any of these things. Licensees are also permitted to handle the resale of mobile homes. However, you have to follow DMV, Department of Motor Vehicle regulations, as well as those set forth by the Real Estate Commission. So can we sell new mobile homes? No, because we're not licensed motor vehicle dealers. But you can broker the sale of the resale of a mobile home. You ever sell a car?
If I sell what?
Did you ever sell a car?
Yes, I did.
What was involved in that? You have your title, which is your paper that shows that you're the owner of the car, right?
Mm-hmm.
You turn it over, you fill out the buyer's information, you fill out your information as the seller, the odometer reading, if it has one. You put down the sales price so that they can make sure the appropriate sales tax is paid by the buyer when they go to retitle it in their own name, right?
Yeah.
So titles are the proof of ownership when it comes to motor vehicles. With real estate, the word title means ownership, but there's no document in real estate called the title. We transfer the ownership, the title, using a document called a deed in real estate. So deed is a document used to transfer the ownership of real estate, but is not proof of ownership either. We'll go over the types of proofs of ownership later. Title in real estate is just a word that means ownership. There's no document called title in real estate. It's not like with a car. But since you have sold a car and you did have that title and you knew how to fill it out and sign it and have the other person sign it, Then they go down the motor vehicle. They submit it. They pay the appropriate tax. They get it retitled in their name. You earned your commission. That's how you sell a mobile home.
So that because mobile home is personal property, it's not
Correct.
really
Correct.
right?
Unless its axles have been permanently removed and it's been mounted to a foundation.
If this attached to the foundation, this
And
real estate.
the axles are removed. So now it can no longer be mobile.
So this attached.
So now it's attached. Now it's part of the real estate.
That's a real estate. So that's you have to hire in a broker to do the transaction
In that case,
in
yes.
that case. Gotcha.
Okay. And you
Mhm.
probably also, mobile homes are usually parked in mobile home parks that you also have to pay rent to park it there. Right. And sometimes they put them on blocks and everything. It looks like it's on a foundation, but it may not be. Um, you'd have to look underneath it.
So they are being regulated for another law, the mobile home.
A mobile home, yeah, you can't use a mortgage loan to buy it because it's personal property,
Personal proof. Mhm.
right?
But
But
how about the land? The land where they live in, the land is
like I said,
not there.
people usually park mobile homes in mobile home parks.
A mobile home
Okay?
park.
So they need to lease the land that they're parking it on.
As a lease. It's a lease.
Yeah.
It's a lease. Oh, gotcha.
But you could buy a piece of real estate and instead of building a house on it, you could buy a mobile home and park it on it, right?
Well, it depends. It depends if the city allowed to put a mobile home because probably in some area they don't allow to do mobile home, right?
No, yeah, like where I live in Sunnyside, my section over here, yeah, they wouldn't allow you to put up that type of building, a mobile home. They'd want some kind of a structure with a foundation and all, but yeah, it depends on zoning laws and such. Correct.
It depends the city, probably, yeah.
Correct.
Depends. Because if you buy along close in the area close to the main street, you cannot put a mobile home. Probably say the
But I could take a mobile home. If I didn't have a house on this property, I could take a mobile home and attach it to a foundation. Who are they to say they didn't, that I can't have it there?
yeah.
Because they didn't like the type of construction. It doesn't need to be a stick frame, right? That could be a contentious argument, though, and I don't want to get into that. We don't have the time to get into that one right here,
Mhm.
because
Yeah.
that could be more of a legal argument, and we could get into a conversation about that. Uh,
Mhm.
okay, so we're allowed to licensees can broker the resale of mobile homes, but we got to follow those DMV regulations. We cannot sell new mobile homes because we're not licensed as motor vehicle dealers. Right? Not unless the axles are permanently removed and it's mounted to a foundation. All right. So real estate license is not required to sell real estate by FSBOs, for sale by owners. You don't need to have a real estate license to sell your own house, right?
Repeat it. Can you repeat it?
You don't need to have a real estate license to sell your own house.
No, you don't have a license. I know.
You don't need to have a license to sell your own house.
You own property.
We call that FSBO, for sale by owner. That's what FSBO stands for sale by owner. We call it a FSBO. You don't need a real estate license to sell your own house. Attorneys, executors, executrix, trustees, receivers, administrators, legal guardians, and others handling real estate under the order of a court also don't need to have a real estate license. Banks and trust companies for properties that they own, or insurance companies for properties that they own don't need to have a real estate license. However, even though attorneys are exempt while handling real estate in their normal practice of law, an attorney who engages in the brokerage business must obtain a real estate license just like you and I. So attorneys can get an education waiver, but they don't need to take this class, but they still need to take the state exam because they got a lot more education on these topics. Hey, there she is. Was that the number they were looking for?
Yeah,
All right, got you in.
thank you.
So what was the problem?
I don't know. I was trying to get in with the email that you sent me, and it
Yeah.
was just not letting me in. And I was registering for like getting in.
So you don't need to have a real estate license to sell real estate if it's real estate you own. You don't need to have a license to sell your own property. Attorneys, executors, executrix. You guys know what an executor is?
The people they appointed by somebody else when this most of the time when somebody pass away.
Uh-huh. It's somebody that you name in your will. It's a trusted person, maybe your good friend or family member, brother, sister, or something. It's a trusted person that you name in a will to make sure that they're in charge of making sure all your last wishes are carried out as you wrote in your will.
Appointed in the will. Okay.
Okay. An executor is a male, a man who makes who's named in the will. An executrix is a woman, a female that's named in the will to carry out those things.
Executrix.
Yeah, an executrix, correct.
How does a woman?
Yes, so an executrix is a woman, executor is a man that you named in the will.
I'm
Trustee,
sorry.
yeah.
What page are we right now?
Still on page 3.
Sí.
Okay, all right. Thank
Okay.
you. Sorry.
You're welcome, no problem. So, trustees, receivers, administrators, legal guardians, and others handling real estate under the order of a court. They don't need to have a license either. Now, if you don't name an executor or an executrix in your will, the court will appoint somebody called an administrator to do those tasks. Banks and trust companies and insurance companies for properties that they own, they don't need to have a real estate license to sell their own properties that they are the owners of. And once again, attorneys are exempt while handling real estate under their normal practice of law. But if they wish to engage in the real estate brokerage business, they need to get a real estate license. But they could get a waiver for this course, but they still need to take the state exam.
They when you work in the bank, they do your registration for the, I believe, MLS license.
No, they don't have access to that.
Because no, because I used to work to Wells Fargo and when I was working, so I have a license. But I didn't go to any school, just they give me a license. So
Well,
they told us so we had a license because we had to discuss business more with the customer.
for selling real estate?
No, it was bank, Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo.
Yeah, but what are you talking about? Selling real estate for the bank?
Yeah, because when you work in the bank, so you allowed to discuss uh, business like a real estate with customer. In order to do that, you have to have a license.
Yeah, but you're not selling real estate.
No, I'm not selling, just
You're
talking.
doing the loans, right?
Yeah, yes,
Yeah,
because you have to talk to him.
yeah, that's different. That's a loan solicitor's license.
Uh-huh.
Okay. We're talking about the real estate license. In order to sell the real estate and earn a commission on it,
Uh-huh.
you need to have a real estate license for that.
Okay.
Banks and trust companies can sell the properties that they own. Maybe they foreclosed on them and they're bank-owned properties now. They could sell their own properties without having a real estate license, but they usually don't do that. They'll usually, they can sell their own properties without a real estate license, but they can't have you, for example, working for the bank, selling their property and earning a commission on it. That would be illegal
That's illegal.
because you don't have a real estate license.
Exactly.
And the very first sentence in this book, who needs to have a real estate license? Anyone who helps someone else in the sale of real estate in exchange for anything of value, fee, commission, or other valuable consideration. Okay, so let's do the highlights on that now in the book. See, this is the nice, neatly typed way, and then I'll have another one with screenshots from the book. Okay, so on page 3 in the book, let's do these highlights. All right. Just let me know when everybody's got the highlights there.
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right. Okay, so here's a question for you. Which of the following are never to sell real estate without a license? Be careful of questions that have absolute statements in them. Always, never, or except. They're often looking for, just be careful when reading them. And if the answers have absolute statements in them, it's probably the wrong answer. Just a heads up.
I think it's A.
Okay, so let's go over them.
It's
Because
between A and B.
the way to do this, the school exam or the state exam, I'm going to give you a tip here on how to figure out the correct answer. Don't go looking for the right answer. Read the question and then break it down into small edible chunks. This question is pretty direct and small itself. But the state exams, for example, they could be really long-winded questions, really long, excessively long for no apparent reason. And this is why we need to learn a lot of vocabulary, because we need to understand what the question's asking of us, because they use a lot of terms and terms that we need to understand in order to understand what the question's asking of us. So in here, they're saying, which of the following are never to sell real estate without a license? Okay, so let's take them one by one by doing what we call process of elimination. I'm telling you, school exam and state exam always use process of elimination, because you could have some questions that have several answers that may seem right, but one is more correct option than the others. So don't just go for the one that sounds right. Do process of elimination to try to check off the ones that we know can't possibly be the answer. So, which of the following are never allowed to sell real estate without a license? Banks. Okay. Well, banks are allowed to sell real estate without a license if it's a property that they own, right? We
Yes.
just went over that. Insurance brokers. Well, we have insurance companies for properties that they own, but insurance brokers, I don't think so. But you know what? Let's continue with the process of elimination. Attorneys. Can attorneys ever sell real estate without a license?
Yes.
When they're handling real estate in the normal practice of law. And what about property owners? Can you ever sell your own property without a license?
Yes.
Yes. So by process of elimination, we know it's B. B is the correct answer. Insurance brokers can never sell real estate without a license. So if we weren't sure, are they talking about the insurance company or are they talking about the insurance broker? Well, the broker is somebody that's, an individual. That's your license, A broker is somebody who sells insurance from a bunch of different insurance companies, okay? And they get paid a commission for that. So it's not an insurance company, the one insurance company that they work for. So we know it's an insurance broker. Insurance brokers can never sell real estate without a license. But this is how we do process of elimination. I'm telling you, I'm having a couple of people who are in trouble with a state exam right now. And they're overcomplicating the questions. They're reading into them way too much. And doing process of elimination will definitely greatly help. Okay, payments for services. Salespeople cannot pay anyone and can only be paid by their broker, under which they are licensed, right? Who can pay you a commission? I tell people, if you ever get a question on an exam, ask yourself a question about the question. Salespeople cannot be paid by anyone, can only be paid by their broker under which they're licensed. So if there's a question about this, I'm just going to ask myself, who can I be paid by? Only my broker. So now let's go back to the question and let's look at the answer options. And if they're giving anything other than your broker, you know that that's not correct. Who can you be paid by? What if there was a referral fee paid out? Can that broker from the other company that's sending the referral fee pay you? No, they pay your broker, and then your broker pays you. So who can I be paid by? My broker. Be my broker. In any circumstance. To collect a commission, it's illegal for anyone to share any portion of a commission with someone without a real estate license. So you can't pay a referral fee to your friend who gave you a lead of somebody who's looking to sell their house. Not unless anything. You're not allowed to pay them. Because even if they had a real estate license, even if your friend had a real estate license, can you pay them a fee? No, your broker can. If they work for your broker. If not, your broker would pay their broker and then they would pay them. Because who can you be paid by? Only your broker. You guys following me? So you must be licensed at the time a service is performed. For instance, none of you are trying to sell a house right now showing people properties, are you? No. If you were, you'd be doing that without a license. You can't do that without a license. Finder's fees and kickbacks, money or gifts to unlicensed persons who refer buyers or sellers is also illegal. Now, brokers can pay or share a commission with who? Any of their licensees. That covers all the different license types. What are all the different real estate license types again? From highest to lowest? There's 4 license types. What are the 4 types of licenses in real estate? Yeah, broker. What else? Putting you on the spot, guys. Come on. What are the 4 license types? You got a broker. What else? What are the other types of broker?
Self-person license.
The license you're here trying to get right now, right? So you have broker, you have salesperson. What else you have?
The broker, salesperson.
Broker, salesperson, and
Referral broker.
And a referral agent. A referral agent.
Referral agent, okay.
Yeah. Or a salesperson licensed with a real estate referral company, if you want to get technical. Okay? All right, so brokers can only pay or share a commission with any of their licensees. That covers all those 4 license types. They could pay another broker. That's when they pay out the referral fees. Or they could give a rebate to the buyer of a primary residence, buyer's rebates. Okay. They can only pay rebates legally to the buyer of a primary residence. What is a primary residence? It's your main house that you live in. It's not a second home or vacation property or investment property. It's the main house that you live in. And there's certain rules on how those can be paid out. We're not going to get into that just yet. It's coming up on another slide. All right. So let's do the highlights for this stuff. Payments for services on page 3. Under payments for services at the bottom of the page, it's illegal for anyone to share any portion of a commission without a real estate license. A salesperson can only receive compensation from their employing broker. The selling broker to a rebate part of the commission to the buyer in the form of a credit or check at closing. Those are the buyer rebates. And then included in that on page 4, which carries over onto page 4 here, this part, kickbacks, finder's fees, money or gifts to unlicensed people who refer business. Those are illegal. We cannot pay them back. We cannot pay those out. That's a kickback. A broker is, however, to pay other brokers. Yeah, a referral fee. Okay. So here's some examples where some agents got in trouble. Here's a salesperson in Monmouth County. She accepted a commission as a salesperson from someone other than her employing broker. So she was required to complete 3 additional hours of CE that would not count towards her license renewal and had to pay a $2,500 fine. Let's see, this guy, what did he do? He collected commission from someone other than his employing broker. Oh, he did a lot of things. Transaction, real estate activity outside the scope of his employment with his broker. He collected commission from someone other than his employing broker. He failed to indicate his license status on his contract. Oh, so he had a lot of issues going on there. So he had to take 6 hours of CE, 3 in areas of ethics and agency law, which would not count towards his hours for his license renewal, and got a $3,000 fine. Yeah. So who can get rebates? Only licensed real estate broker can provide a purchaser of residential property a rebate from the broker's commission. The broker and the purchaser must contract for the rebate at the onset of the brokerage relationship. They have to have an agreement in writing from the time they started working with that buyer, saying that they're giving them a rebate and how much that rebate's going to be. So the broker must recommend that a purchaser contact a tax professional concerning the implications of receiving a rebate, because that's unearned income that they may have to pay taxes on, depending on the size of the rebate you're giving them. You got to claim it on their taxes. Advertisements regarding rebates must include a disclosure concerning the purchaser's obligation to pay any taxes for receipt of this rebate, and a notice that the purchaser should contact a tax professional concerning any tax implications. Now, here's a little simplified explanation I give down below. When offering a rebate to a buyer of a primary residence, there must be an agreement in writing from the onset of the relationship that you're going to be offering a rebate, how much that rebate will be. And the rebate must be in the form of a credit or check at closing that's a direct deduction from the commission before it's paid to the brokerage at closing. The rebate agreement must advise the buyer to consult a tax professional about getting the rebate. This can be included in a buyer's agency agreement. We call that a BSA, brokerage or a brokerage service agreement, the BSA, which is a new requirement since that NAR lawsuit, that settlement from that NAR lawsuit. All brokers are required to have a brokerage service agreement. All agents are required to have a brokerage service agreement stating what you're doing in exchange for the money you're earning, who's going to pay that money, and how much. That needs to be stated in a brokerage service agreement, whether you're working with a buyer, a seller, landlord, or a tenant. Okay. What activities can a licensed and unlicensed person do? We're going to go over that right after lunch. It's 12:05. So we're going to break for lunch already, but so what can an unlicensed person assistant do? So unlicensed assistants and secretaries, they may not show properties. They may not answer questions about listed properties. So if you ever called a real estate company up and they didn't give you any information about the property or even tell you if it's available, it's because that person didn't have a license. It would be illegal for them to give any information about a property that's not listed if they are not licensed. An unlicensed person can't make cold calls by phone or in person, seeking business from potential listers, purchasers, tenants, or landlords. They can't discuss or explain a contract or any other real estate document with anyone outside the brokerage firm. They can't make telephone calls for rent collection or except when accompanying a licensee host open houses, promotional booths, or distribute promotional materials or attend a home inspection. They can if the licensee is there, but they can't go on their own. The licensee cannot send an unlicensed person to go do these things for them. Now, what can an unlicensed assistant do? Well, they can answer phones and forward calls, Hello, it's a wonderful day at ABC Realty. How can I help you? I'll forward your call on to a real estate agent who can answer those questions, or I'll have them call you back. They can process and submit listings and changes into the multiple listing system that the licensee has already had the paperwork filled out, and all they're doing is data entry. They could place signs on properties, for sale signs, for rent signs. They could place those signs on the property for the licensee. Just think about the commercial side of the business. In commercial businesses, you ever see a for sale sign on commercial property? Sometimes they're billboards. The people who are putting up those signs, they don't have real estate licenses, right? There's often a construction crew. So do you need to have a real estate license to put a real estate sign on a property? No. Pick up keys and deliver documents, just not contracts. Contracts, licensees should be there. Scheduling appointments for showing listed properties, unlicensed assistants can do that. They can set up files and track and secure documents only under the direction of a licensee when they're present or gave the instructions. Have keys made for company listings, write and place ads, type up contracts and forms, or order inspections for them. They could even have an assistant prepare flyers and promotional materials that the licensee then needs to still review. They could keep records of deposit earnest money and security deposits for rent. Look, a broker often has back office assistants that are running the books and doing all the paperwork for them, and then they create the commission checks, and then they bring it to the broker. Broker reviews it and signs them. They could follow up on loan applications or compute those commission checks, which then, like I said, the broker has to review, and then they'll sign it. Okay. And let's see. Janalex, you there? Okay, I guess not. All right, so here's some more activities unlicensed assistants can do. Well, a lot of it's the same things that we just saw that were from the book. But to give a little better explanations, let's see, answer and forward calls, but not give out any information about listed property. They could submit listings into the MLS. They could follow up on loan applications for us. Set up filing procedures to deal with paperwork. Yeah, they do secretarial stuff. Scheduling appointments with sellers or for the seller's agent to do showings. And only under the direction and the supervision of a licensee can an unlicensed assistant have those keys made for company listings, write and place ads as directed, keep records of earnest money, payments. This is all the same stuff we just saw here in the book here. Let's get down to the last one. Act as a courier for delivering documents or picking up keys. However, the licensee is responsible for the delivery of the contracts at the close and attending their closing. So, for example, let's say that you get a question on exam like this. A licensee and their unlicensed assistant are on their way to present an offer. They get into a horrific car accident and the licensees rush to the hospital. What should the unlicensed assistant do? Deliver the contracts or bring them back to the broker? Or two other nonsensical answer options. So out of those two, which one would probably be correct?
Act as delivery.
Well, even though they're allowed to deliver documents, what were they on their way to do? To present an offer. And remember, unlicensed assistants can't talk about listed property. What are they going to do? Just drop off a contract and be like, sorry, can't talk about it. They're better off bringing it back to the broker, even though they don't specifically say in that answer option that then the broker would go and present the offer or what have you. But you have to assume that because an unlicensed assistant, they can deliver documents, but they can't talk about them. And when they were on their way in this question, they were on their way to present an offer. And presenting an offer is not just shoving a piece of paper in your face. They have to explain what are the terms of this contract, what are the terms of the offer, you know, how much is it, when's the closing date, is it cash transaction, is it financing, what are the down payment amounts, you know, are there any contingencies to the contract? There's a lot that you need to go over. So it's more than just handing the paperwork. So in this instance, if you get a question worded like that, you should defer it back to them, back to the broker so that the broker can then do that. Okay? See how they get a little tricky on the exam questions?
Yeah, that's a little tricky one.
All right. So what happened here? What did this guy do? He allowed unaccompanied access to a property without the licensee present. Well, that's not good. We have a real estate license that gives us access. We set up appointments to go to properties. We may have a lockbox like this. This is what we call a Supra key box. It comes from GE Security. It is a steel box that has a rubber coating on it. And basically what this does It's a steel box with a rubber coating on it, and so it doesn't mar the door or scratch up the doors and such. And it's fastened to the door or to metal railings. Don't hook these up to tree bushes or anything if you got a listing. Your broker will have these. You don't need to buy them. Your broker has them. They cost about $120 each. They got a battery in them. It's a lifetime battery. Battery's not always on. Battery is activated when this light flashes. You could activate it by pressing on the bottom. You see that? How that starts flashing there? Now the battery's activated for maybe about 30 seconds, which gives you a time to open up your GE Supra lockbox software on your cell phone. Let me open it up. Yes, it's a monthly fee and a service that you need to subscribe to. And I got to update the software before it'll give me access to it. So let it update. Okay, it's been updated. So now I could hit the key button here and enter my code. And you hear it. Got to make sure that this is on. Push down on the bottom again. They'll communicate by Bluetooth. And then I push up again, and the lockbox drops out from the bottom. And that's where the keys would be, inside of this metal portion. And then after you're done showing the house, you put the keys back in, and there you go. And now it's all prepared. And now that listing agent has gets a notification to their Supra software of who showed that somebody opened the lockbox, who it was, and when they opened it. So they are aware of the showings. That's how those key boxes work. So when you get access to a property, you should never leave somebody there unsupervised. And sometimes there's alarm security codes that we need to get. And you don't disarm an alarm and then leave somebody there in a house. The licensee's obligation is to look out for that house, even though we're not the listing agent. We may be a buyer's agent. You don't just let a buyer into the house while you go take off. Now, in this situation, it looks like they may have had a contract on the property, but the property had not closed yet. And before that closing, the agent left an unlicensed person there in a house. You can't do that. And so because of that, I'm not sure the particulars of this. I didn't read the whole final order here. But because he left somebody unattended before they became the owner, before the closing and transfer of the title, his license was put on probation for a year. And within 6 months of issuance of this order, he's required to complete 6 hours of CE classes, 3 in the areas of ethics and agency law that will not count towards his required CE for license renewal. And he got a $3,250 fine for leaving somebody unattended in a house. You're the licensee. You have a responsibility to that property, to that homeowner. Even though it may not be your listing, we can't just let people into a house. That's like, maybe let's open up the house and let people walk through the house and rummage through the drawers and maybe steal stuff. We have an obligation to make sure that property is secure. And after the showings, we have to lock up all the doors, shut off the lights, treat it as if it's our own. We got to treat everybody fairly and honestly in a real estate transaction. Okay, so what are the qualifications for getting your license? You guys probably did this research before you ever signed up for this class. You got to be 18 years of age or older. Prove that you have a high school education or equivalent, like a GED. Now, I don't need to see it, and neither does the testing center or the state unless they ask for it. Now, they'll just ask you the question, have you completed a high school education level? Do you have a high school diploma or GED? Okay, and then it's made part of your questionnaire in order to get your real estate license. Furnish evidence of good moral character. Well, I guess you could do that by not lying about having a high school education, right? Complete this 75-hour pre-licensing class, which we're in right now. Disclose your social security number for child support enforcement purposes. Provide documentation of citizenship or residence in the United States, but you don't have to do that anymore because the governor waved his magic wand and turned New Jersey into a sanctuary state, and then had our state legislators vote on it. Now, how long is that going to be in place? Well, it's the law in New Jersey. However, states cannot create laws that override federal laws. So anytime the federal government decides that there's no such thing as a sanctuary state, well, New Jersey, the sanctuary states can try to fight it, but it does not matter because you can't create laws to break laws. So as of now, though, anybody who you don't even need to be a legal citizen in the United States. You don't need to be a legal resident. In the past, you could get a real estate license in New Jersey. You don't need to be a citizen. You just need to be have legal residence in the United States. But now that's not even a case here. As of the New Jersey legislation S2455 that allows undocumented immigrants to obtain professional licenses. Pass a state exam and get fingerprinted, and then get sponsored by a broker to activate that license. And then you send in that broker's check or money order made out to the state treasurer for $160 to get your license for the first time. All right, I guess we should add that in there too, that little tidbit. Let me see if I can find the slide and see what number slide this is. There we go. We got it. Shrink that down a bit. And we could also add then the broker's check or money order. Boom. All right, not sure why that shrunk down like that, but okay. Okay, so here in the book, we have the same thing on page 5. That list of qualifications, although they missed fingerprinting. So you get to pencil that in there. You got to get fingerprinted too. That's on page 5 under license qualifications. Add another bullet point in there. Let me make another little note here. What's this? I guess I'll do that later on my own time. Okay, so once again, here are the qualifications for licensure. Get that real estate license. Got to be 18 years of age or older. in order to get a broker's license. You got to be 18 years of age or older, have a high school education or its equivalent, the GED, furnish good evidence of good moral character, serve 3 years full-time as a licensed salesperson. Now, we'll get into what full-time means in a moment, but how old do you need to be to get a real estate license? How old do you need to be to get a real estate license?
18 year old.
Okay, so if you got to be 18 years old to get a real estate license, how old do you need to be to get a broker's license?
Your voice break down.
So how old do you need to be to get your broker's license? If you're going to be 18 to get your salesperson license, and you got to serve 3 years full-time as a licensed salesperson to be a broker, how old do you need to be?
21.
21, right?
Mhm.
Answer on a state exam. Reason being is there's an exception. And with state exams, anytime there's an exception to the rule, you have to follow the exception. The exception is for veterans with service-connected wounds or disabilities. They could get a waiver for that 3-year full-time experience requirement. So when taking, they still need to take the exam, the broker's exam, but they could get a waiver for the 3-year full-time experience if they're an honorably discharged veteran with a service-connected wound or disability. So they could get their salesperson's license and immediately go take their broker's class after they get the waiver for the 3 years. So technically, you could be 18 and get your broker's license. Now, that would have to have been one exciting, filled, action-packed year for that 18-year-old. They joined the military, you got to be 18, I believe, right? Then they get hurt. Then they come and get their salesperson license, and they get a waiver, and then they get their broker's license. That would have been a lot to handle in 1 year there, but it's possible. So that would be the answer on the exams. So everybody got that? Okay.
Yes.
Jan Alex, you there? You could hear us now? Yes? No? Jan Alex, you there? You could unmute yourself by pressing the space bar or hitting the audio button at the in that control window. It looks like a microphone, says audio under it. Takes the red X, the red line out. The red line is there, you're muted. If you could unmute it by tapping it again. No? Okay. Well, let me know if you're there. You want to get credit for the class, you got to be here.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry about that.
Okay. Also, you're going to have to have your cameras on during class in order to get credit for being here in class as well. That's a state requirement. Okay, so
I'm in school right now. I'm in college right now. I'm also in a class. I'm waiting to go into my class.
all right, I don't know how you're going to manage to pay attention and study and learn here while you're also in another class, but okay. Successfully complete a 150-hour pre-licensing course, which consists of 3 modules: 30 hours in ethics agency law, 30 hours in office management, and a 90-hour core topics. You got to disclose your social security number for child support enforcement purposes. Provide document, well, you don't got to do that anymore. You got to get fingerprinted, and you got to pass a state exam. Okay, that's what's required in order to get a broker's license. So let's do the highlights now of that in the notes on page 5 of our book. This is about the middle of the page. The applicant for a broker's license. Got to be 18 years of age or older. And then I wrote this little note in here. You should write that in your book. Just write in here. You don't have to write all this in your book. You could just write an exception for disabled veterans, 21 years old. And then write that down here. So this is an exception for discharged disabled veterans with service-connected wounds or disabilities. You don't got to write all that. You could just write an exception for disabled veterans, 21 years old, down here. 18 years old is that exception. Otherwise, that 3-year full-time experience requirement would make you 21 years, right?
Well, yeah, that's 21 minimum.
Excuse me, I have a question.
But
so will I not be getting credit for the class because my camera's not on?
your camera should be on during class. It's the Real Estate Commission's rule there. So you get a chance, put your camera on. You just got to make sure you're here in class. You know, we ask questions, we take attendance. We need to make sure the students are paying attention. They're actually in the classroom and not just logged in and then walking away.
I understand that, but I thought this meeting was supposed to start 2 weeks ago, and I just started school today. I wanted to finish this meeting with like the 2 weeks before school, and unfortunately, this class got delayed for 2 weeks. So now I'm doing this class while I'm also in school. I understand that my camera should be on, but it's really hard. I can just put it on when I'm not in my class.
So some exceptions for the veterans. Here's that veterans exemption. For honorably discharged veterans with service-connected wounds or disabilities, they could get a waiver for the 3-year full-time experience requirement. Their licensing and testing fees can also be waived for them. The Real Estate Commission can also waive the education requirement for a licensed salesperson from another state, or we'll go over this in a second here. The rep may agree to waive the education requirement for qualification for the salesperson license, but in any case, they still need to take and pass this New Jersey state exam. If you're a licensed broker from another state, someone previously licensed as a New Jersey broker within the past 5 years and they let their license lapse, they could come back and get their salesperson license within 5 years without having to take the course again, but they still have to take the exam. Someone who has taken equivalent real estate courses in college, meaning that you majored in real estate, you get a waiver for this class. Still got to take the exam. New Jersey attorneys, however, they're not exempt from the 3-year full-time experience requirement if they wish to become brokers. And certain applicants who took equivalent pre-licensing courses in another state, meaning at least if the other state required at least 75 hours minimum requirement of courses for real estate to get the license there, then they could apply for a waiver for New Jersey. However, they still need to take the New Jersey exam. And this is important to know. This is often a question on exams as well. New Jersey does not have reciprocity with any other state. What does that mean? It means that if you're licensed in another state, you can't just show your license here and boom, New Jersey gives you the license. You could get a waiver for the class, but you still need to take the state exam. Okay. New Jersey doesn't have reciprocity with any other state. For example, you get licensed here in New Jersey. You took this course, 75-hour course. You could get a waiver now for New York and just take their exam. You get licensed in New York, you could show that New York license to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania will just give you a Pennsylvania license. No exam, no nothing needed. Okay. Pennsylvania does not have that reciprocity with New Jersey, because New Jersey doesn't have reciprocity with any other state. So this is all that stuff that we just went over. The experience requirement waiver. And then I put this in a box here. This is the education requirement waiver and who could qualify for the education requirement waiver with that bulleted list. This is down under exceptions at the bottom of the page, 5. And according to New Jersey statutes, no license will be issued to anyone convicted within the preceding 5 years of forgery, burglary, robbery, or theft, other than shoplifting, criminal conspiracy to defraud, or any other like offense, which means you're not going to get your real estate license. There is, if you were convicted of these things, you're not going to get your license. You have to, it has to be more than 5 years ago. And you need to show that you've been reformed, you've seen the wrong that you did, you know, you got to show remorse. You did any restitution that was required. The reason being is the Real Estate Commission does not want to give a license to someone who's proven to be a thief. Look, you're getting access to lock boxes to get keys to get into people's houses. You're going to be kicking people out of their houses to do an open house for them. You're going to have access to their financial data. You know, if you're involved in criminal conspiracies to defraud and theft and other types of things of this nature, they don't want you to have a real estate license because you don't show that you've got good integrity or good intentions. But they believe in second chances, so 5 years from now, maybe. All right, but you got to disclose it on your application. Now, in the license application, certain criminal convictions, licensees convicted of certain offenses, and licensees indicted for certain offenses. Indictment means you were just accused of a crime, and that accusation was said to a bunch of people that are to serve as jurors in a back room somewhere where you didn't have an opportunity to stick up for yourself. And then they said there's enough evidence here to go to trial. Okay, that's what an indictment is. You ever hear that saying, you can indict a ham sandwich? It's not hard to get an indictment for someone because it's pure accusations without any chance for somebody to defend themselves. Okay, so explicitly reference offenses that qualify the defendant for registration under the sex offender registration law. Because you can't be a sex offender and get a real estate license or similar law in another state or jurisdiction. Now, they do say that no provision in the real estate licensing law supersedes provisions of the Rehabilitated Convicted Offenders Act. So does that mean that once you've been rehabilitated, you may be able to get a real estate license? Check with the Real Estate Commission. I'm not getting involved in that. New Jersey politicians, we're a very liberal state here, and New Jersey politicians have passed a lot of laws that have no common sense attached to them. We have laws here that were passed that essentially make criminals a protected class in some instances. That you, for instance, you want to rent. and I'm a landlord. Can I do a criminal background check on you? I could do a financial background check on you, right? Make sure you're employed, you got a job, you could pay the bills, right? I could check your credit, but can I do a criminal check on you to make sure you're not a murderer or a rapist? If I'm a landlord, can I do a background check on you? Anybody know? What do you think?
Yeah, the employer can do it.
You want to hear something really wacky? It used to be that you could. Our New Jersey politicians passed a law that basically says you can't do a background check unless you first offer to rent to that person. You got to make an offer to them in writing, agreeing to rent to them, and then making that offer conditional upon doing a background check. Now you can't tell them you're doing background checks in advance because that would chase them away. You have to first allow them to apply, agree to rent to them, and then tell them that you're going to do a conditional background check. The reason being, it doesn't make sense. It's kind of backwards, right? Why would they do that? It doesn't make sense. Well, because they want to turn you, the landlord, into a criminal. If you do a background check on somebody, you deny them renting, you just may be a racist. Does that even make any sense? I don't rent to you because you're a criminal. You got a criminal record. How does that make me a racist? Well, there's a couple of links to reality to get to that conclusion that politicians have taken. Look, what's going on in politics the last several years in this country does not make any sense whatsoever. You got a lot of pandering that's going on. It doesn't have any common sense attached to it. And it started in Obama's presidency, back when he was the president. He had appointed somebody to work in HUD. And then he had this guy in HUD go to prisons and do a head count of people and then separate them based on their skin color. And he said, how many people of this skin color and how many people of this skin color are in prisons? And because there's not an equal number of people based on their skin colors in prison, that means that the criminal justice system is not prosecuting people or jailing people on an equal basis, and therefore the criminal justice system is inherently racist. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. There's no common sense to them. But that's the leap that they took. And as a matter of fact, that's the basis of evidence, which is a very flawed study, by the way. This guy just making a report and doing a head count of how many people in jail, disregarding the fact of whether they actually committed crimes or not. They're just looking at the number of people in prison based on their skin color. And if there's more people of one color, the justice system is therefore inherently racist. If you deny renting to somebody because they have a criminal history. Because a criminal history, the criminal justice system is racist. Okay, that's the leaps that they took. And a lot of laws had to be built up based on that as the predicate of the basis to create these laws. It makes no sense whatsoever, but nonetheless, that's the law here in New Jersey now. New Jersey, Illinois, Washington, D.C., there's several places that have made these types of insane rulings. Now, there's only under limited circumstances can you not now rent to that person. So under those same kinds of rules, they also have these rules for employment. Now, keep in mind, the government doesn't need to follow these same rules. They carved out exceptions for themselves. Like if these criminals were to apply for government housing in a federally run government facility, these rules do not apply to them. Why? Because this is a New Jersey law. That's cockamamie. Doesn't make any sense. But for you as a private individual, you have to follow these nonsense laws that were created by politicians who are pandering to for the criminal vote. I don't know, ex-convicts. You know, they don't even, it's even, we're not even call them ex-convicts anymore. You know, when somebody's been convicted of a crime, they're called a convict because you've been convicted. And when you get out of prison, you serve your time, you're an ex-con or ex-convict. So to soften the language up a bit, we don't even call them ex-convicts anymore. We call them system-involved people. Okay, we'll get into this in chapter 4, chapter 3 and chapter 4. It's kind of ridiculous, but this is the law, and we're going to learn about it. So, can you get a real estate license if you're a rehabilitated convicted sex offender, maybe? Well, it's supposed to be no if you're on a lifetime sex offender registry or list. But once again, they say here, no provision in licensing law shall supersede the provisions of the Rehabilitated Convicted Sex Offender Act. So short of having a law degree, I couldn't tell you if that means that you can get a real estate license or not. You'd have to check with the Real Estate Commission investigators or the state, or you're a lawyer. Now, New Jersey does not recognize licenses issued in any other state. We don't have reciprocity, like I told you before. So let's highlight that there in the book. You need to know that. That will be on exams without a doubt. That's on page 6. After the first paragraph. New Jersey does not have reciprocity with any other state. And let me know when you got that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're talking about that you needed to be a full-time salesperson for 3 years in order to get a real estate license, a broker's license, rather. So, what's full-time? When you're working in real estate, you're not exactly punching in on a time clock, are you? So, who's keeping track? If you're sitting in a real estate office and I'm your broker, you ain't working. Not unless you're making appointments, preparing contracts, or meeting with clients. If you're just sitting in a real estate office, you're not working. So, who makes this decision? Well, your broker. When you apply for a broker's license, you have to fill out this experience history report. And your broker will say whether you are working full-time or not. I would say don't wait until that. I would say every quarter, that's every 3 months of every 3 months, every quarter, you have your brokers fill out a form or sign a form that you prepare that says that you were working full-time during the last quarter, the last 3 months. And do that every quarter for as long as you're working up until you wish to get your broker's license, so that your brokers can't just tell you after 3 years that they're not signing or they're not agreeing that you worked full-time. This way, early on, after that 3 months, if they're going to start screwing with you, you can at least quit and go somewhere else. Don't work for a broker like that. That's my advice to you, because the Real Estate Commission is going to rely on your brokers saying whether you work full-time or not. Now, there's a particular definition we need to know for exams. What is full-time for a salesperson trying to get their broker's license? You have to serve 3 years full-time as a licensed salesperson. That means you work 40 hours a week during the hours of approximately 10 a.m. to 8 p.m., and you don't have another job working more than 25 hours per week. Okay? It's very specific. You need to know that definition. There will be a question on exams about it on both school and state. So that's why I conveniently put together this nice slide for you. Now, if you want to get your broker's license, when you get your broker's license and now you're a supervising licensee, an office manager or a broker of record, what is full-time for you? Full-time means you're physically present in the office at least 5 days a week during normal business hours, whatever they may be, and you don't have another job. Why not? Because you're supposed to be in the office supervising. Okay? That's what full-time for an office manager is. Now, can you be an office manager and not be in the office 5 days a week during normal business hours? Sure. There's exceptions to that. You could, as long as you have somebody else that's got a broker or broker salesperson license that's there in your place taking over for you while you're not there. Right? Or the office is shut down when you're away. You're supposed to be there to give support to your salespeople if you're a broker or an office manager. Who could manage a real estate office? Who could manage a real estate office? Somebody with a broker or broker salesperson's license is required in order to manage a real estate office. Another exam question for you. See why I spend a lot of time on these explanations here, especially for the first couple chapters, because the first couple chapters are loaded with these types of questions. Okay. So here in the book, we could do the highlights now on page 6 and on page 16 for what full-time is for a salesperson trying to get their broker's license and for a supervising licensee. This part on page 16 is in the 3rd paragraph under the section titled Main Office. So do these highlights and write these notes and let me know when you got it. You guys get it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, just let me know when you got it. After you do your highlights, let me know if you got it so that I could move on. Because otherwise I'll be waiting there for you guys to finish taking your notes, okay? Okay, so full-time for a salesperson trying to get their broker's license and full-time for supervising licensing. All right, now here's some more questions on your exam are going to come off of these topics. Some of these we've gone over already. Some of these we have yet to go over. But I got them all here conveniently on one slide for you if you wanted to take a screenshot or snap a picture of it or what have you. Or just print out the slide, which you guys have access to in that shared Google Drive. So this is continuing, let me see, continuing under the points under exceptions heading on page 5, 6, and 7. So what's the required experience to get a broker's license? You have to serve 3 years full-time, right? The time limit on the application for a salesperson's license is 1 year. Remember, after you pass the school exam and you finish all the hours of this class, you have 1 year to the day that you pass the school exam to get your real estate license. That means to pass a state exam, get fingerprinted, find a broker to affiliate with, and send in your broker's check or money order for $160 made out to the state treasurer, along with your application for your license to the Real Estate Commission. Non-residents can get their New Jersey real estate license, but they have to sign an irrevocable consent to service a process. In other words, agree to come back to New Jersey and be sued if you violate the laws here pertaining to your real estate license. Now, licensees must notify the Real Estate Commission within 30 days of any arrest, indictment, or being charged with a crime. And if you move, just like with your driver's license, you have to update your information and file with the New Jersey Real Estate Commission within 30 days. Otherwise, that's a violation of the Real Estate Commission rules. Corporations can be granted a real estate license only if one of their officers holds a broker's license, and then they'll become the broker of record for that corporation. State exam fees are paid directly to testing company, which is PSI, not to the schools. It's $38 for each state exam attempt. No limitation on attempts. If your broker dies or becomes physically or mentally incapacitated, who can take over for your broker to run the office? Well, if there's somebody else in the office that already has a broker salesperson's license, they have a broker type license, they can request that they become the broker of record and step right in. But if there's nobody in the office with a broker salesperson's license, a temporary broker's license can be requested within 30 days of that broker's incapacitation. And that'll be good for 1 year, in which time that salesperson who meets all the requirements to get a broker's license, but they just have not chosen to follow through those steps until now, they have 1 year to go take their broker's class, pass a state exam, get fingerprinted, and make it legit. Okay? That's often an exam question. There's a lot of exam questions I see on this slide, actually. Failure to renew your license. If you don't, when does everybody got to renew their license by? When does everybody's license come up for renewal? June 30th, odd numbered year. June 30th, odd numbered years. If you fail to renew your license on June 30th, the odd numbered year, your license can always be reactivated. It'll be deactivated, but it can always be reactivated within the next licensing term, which is 2 years. Every 2 years, every odd number year, your license comes up for renewal. So if you didn't renew your license within that 2 year period that it was inactive, then it becomes void. You lose it forever. And you'd have to come back to school, start all over at square one in order to get your real estate license again. I would say don't do that. But we get people all the time coming back and taking these courses because they failed to simply renew their license for whatever reason. Okay, licensing fees. Well, it's $100 for a salesperson license, $200 for a broker's license to renew it. Initially, to get it, it's $160 for a salesperson license. That includes the $50 for the FBI background check and the $10 to the guarantee fund. And for brokers, it's $200 for their license because it's double the cost. They still pay the same $50 for the background check once again. And then they pay $20, double the amount of the salesperson, to the guarantee fund, which we'll learn about at the end of this chapter. So here's just a link to all the different types of licensing fees that the state has for the real estate stuff. And then if you're going to transfer your license, day one, you said, I signed up for this broker. Day one, I realized I made a huge mistake. It's your license. you don't need to keep it there. You could ask your broker to terminate your license. You're basically terminating the affiliation of your license with their brokerage. So they're going to terminate your license in the computer, and then you go find another broker, and they will pull in your license to that brokerage firm, and you'll get a license reissued to you in that under the name of the new broker. That'll cost $25. I call it a license transfer fee. They call it, the Real Estate Commission on Exams calls it a reissuance of new license with the new brokerage. Okay. Any questions? Okay. I'm going to assume that every time that I go through these slides, I say, everybody got it? That you got your notes, you got your highlights. If you don't ask me any questions, I'm going to assume you have no questions and you understood everything. My job here is to explain to you this information. If you understood it, then I did my job. Now it's up to you to take your notes, do your highlighting, and study. Okay? So if you can't pass exams later, that's on you. Okay? You have to ask me questions if you don't understand something or if you need a further explanation of something. Okay? Continuing on. All right. So all those things that we went over in the previous slide over here, now we're going to start highlighting them and taking those notes for the items that we didn't previously go over. So time to get your license. We're going to highlight this and write a year is a year is a year. This is on page 6. Time limit on application. That's about above the middle of the page. And then for non-residents to get their real estate license, what's required for a corporation to get a real estate license, your exam fees, and who could be issued a temporary license if your broker becomes mentally or physically incapacitated or they die. Who could take over from them? You get those highlights, you get those notes, and let me know, and then we can move on to the next slide. Everybody got the notes? Hey guys, you gotta let me know when you got the notes so that I can move on.
I got the notes for it.
Otherwise, I'm just sitting here staring at you. All right.
Hmm.
All right, now page 7. Let's do these highlights. We already went over this stuff on a previous slide about the continuing education requirement in order to renew your license every 2 years. You need to complete your CE classes by April 30th of the odd number years. If you fail to do that by April 30th, you'll get charged a $200 late fee or processing fee by the Real Estate Commission. So you need to take 12 hours of CE with at least 6 hours in core topics, 2 of them being in ethics, 1 in fair housing and discrimination. There should be 1 here on agency, 2 in any other core topics. Yeah. 2, 1 in fair hazing and discrimination. Yeah. 1 in agency law, and then 2 in other core topics. Now, here we go. I wrote that here. 1 hour of agency was added. That's another requirement since this book was published. They're working on a rewrite of this book now. I was just contacted the other day to be involved in that. So hopefully we'll get this stuff in better order, more organized, and have some corrections made here in a major rewrite. But for now, we'll take our notes. Everybody got the highlights and notes? Anybody still writing?
Done.
Okay. Gotta tell me when you're done, guys. Otherwise, this will drag out the class really long. I'm telling you, you gotta let me know. It sounds like only like a couple seconds or minutes here, but we got a lot of information to go over. All right. So failure to renew. Once again, we already went over this. This is also on page 7. Oh, the next page, page 7. If you don't renew your license and the licensing fees, if you fail to renew your license for the coming period, your license then becomes inactive. And it becomes void if not renewed for 2 consecutive years or more after it expires, which is 1 licensing term. Okay. Everybody good?
Yep. Done.
All right. Once again, here's somebody who failed to notify the real estate commission within 30 days of being charged with a crime. So their license was then put on probation to run concurrent with their pretrial intervention, and they got a $500 fine for not letting the real estate commission know, which their investigators found out about. Here's another person attempted to procure a real estate license by misrepresenting that they did not have criminal charges pending when they filed for their application for license. So their license was put on probation for 1 year and got a $500 fine. You can always change your status of your license from salesperson to referral agent or back and forth. There's a $50 fee to change your license type, $25 fee to transfer your license from one broker to the next. You want to know about other licensing fees? You could look it up here on these slides. I have these links. And for you guys that were not here earlier, in the shared Google Drive, let me go and show you that. Nope, that's not it. Hold on. Let me locate the shared Google Drive thing. Oh, there we go. And I'll share that window with you in the shared Google Drive. You guys can now see the shared Google Drive. In the slideshows and links used in class, updated regularly, these are these slides that I'm sharing with you. There is a document called New Class Links and Notes. And all of these links that you see on these slides, and basically all the information, I'm trying to include in one Word document, which I have open in another screen here. And I'll show you this. This is the one that shows, sorry, I'm just scrolling up here real quick. It shows the recordings of my past classes that I've recorded, that I've taught. The information in those emails I shared with you for the links to the shared Google Drive. Some additional study guides and quizzing apps or information for flashcards and such, practice exams. Same here. The direct links to documents that I put in the shared Google Drive for you. I have little explanations of what these forms or documents are. The slideshows, the supplemental materials, etc. What to do before and after taking the school and state exams. The latest PSI testing bulletin. That's the booklet for the state exam. And then when we started in this chapter 1, I have a breakdown of all the things that we've been going over, and I'm trying to format it nicely here. Who must be licensed? It goes over the links that we've gone over, the information that we've gone over so far as well, about fingerprinting and getting the waiver and the brokers, the veterans waiver forms, and like the fee to transfer your license or to change your license type. This is what we just gone over right now. And some things we're about to go over. But as you can see, 4 New Jersey real estate license types, we already went over that. What a realtor is, the 2 real estate company type of licenses, the fees for getting licensed, the CE requirements for licensing, the breakdown of those continuing education classes, the link to the CE tracking system where you can make sure you got credit for your classes. And on and on and on, selling mobile homes, who's required and not required to have a real estate license? Who can you get a commission from? Buyer's rebates. These are all what an unlicensed person can and cannot do. Qualifications for getting your license. So this is all stuff we've already gone over. What is full-time? So all this stuff can be found in this class links and notes document that can be found in the shared Google Drive. Okay, class links and notes document. It's in the folder titled slideshows and links used in class. Okay. So back to the slideshow. Change of license type. So if you spelled your name wrong, if you notice that your name is spelled wrong when it's after you take that state exam, you need to get it corrected right then and there before you submit it to the state. Otherwise, you're going to try to call up the real estate commission, get them to correct your name that's misspelled. The real estate commission is going to tell you, we did not make a mistake. We don't make mistakes. But we can correct your name. We can change your name. And it's $25 or $50 to change your name. That's what the real estate commission is going to say. So make sure you get your name spelled correctly. And if you get divorced or married and you change your name, $50 to change your name. Okay. So licensing procedures for a salesperson. You guys should already know what they are. We're going over all this stuff right now. You guys probably did this research on these things before you ever signed up for this class, right? What's required to get your license. Let's make this a more readable font here. So you got to complete this 75-hour pre-licensing class, pass a state exam, pass a school exam, pass a state exam, get fingerprinted. You're going to need to PSI, when you pass the state exam, they're going to give you some paperwork. If you take it remotely, you'll be able to print it out. And then on there, you got to take it to your broker that you plan on working for. They're going to have to fill out that you're going to be working for them, that they're going to sponsor you to get licensed. And you're going to check off one of the two options of the license type you're applying for, salesperson or referral agent, the SLWRERC. That's salesperson license with real estate referral company. Then you need to get fingerprinted. Submit to a criminal history background check. Well, that's that fingerprinting. You're paying the $50 fee for that. Well, when you get your license, the background check is different from the fingerprinting. Fingerprinting, you're going to pay directly to the fingerprinting, $66, I believe. Criminal background check, you're paying the real estate commission to do that, $50. And then that's included in your $160 to get your license. So $100 for the license, $50 for the background check, and $10 to the guaranteed fund. No personal checks, broker's checks, or money orders for $160 to get your license. Okay, information needed to take the salesperson exam. You got to bring two forms of, you got to set an appointment. You got to bring two forms of ID, valid ID, at least one government issued photo ID. Yes, I know. It's crazy. You don't need a photo ID to vote, but you need one to get a real estate license. I know, craziest thing, right? The examination, you could register for it here. psiexams.com/NJRE. You have 4 hours to take the state exam, just like the school exam. There's 110 questions on the state exam, just like the school exam. Now I lie. State exam gives you an extra 10 questions, but those extra 10 questions are not graded. So you get 120 questions on the state exam. But you only have to answer, well, you got to answer them all, okay? But 110 questions are graded, passing score 70. Can't get more than 33 questions wrong to pass with a 70. And you could then begin working as soon as your name is posted in the Real Estate Commission's database. I bought a couple domain names and I pointed it to their database. It's easier to remember, njreclicense.com or njrealestatelicensesearch.com. Those are domain names that I bought and I forwarded directly to the state's Real Estate Commission's website, which their link is convoluted. It's got dashes, it's got underscores, capital letters, and lowercase, and it's case sensitive. And if you don't put it in exactly like this, then you're not going to get there. So if you go to the Real Estate Commission's website, here's their actual link. It looks like this. And in here, you could type your name. And once your name is showing in this database, you're licensed and you could now work. But you should print out your pocket card or have your broker do it if you don't know how. I'll teach you how, though, in this class. So I'll put in there Kaminsky, comma, V for my first name, Victor. I'm going to do a search. Boom. I can see that I'm actively licensed, broker of record for 2 brokerages. Okay. Now, the REF number, that's your reference number. That's your license number. You see, it's the same for both brokerages here that I'm a broker of record for. Okay. But each brokerage, EMP, that's the employer reference number. So this is my brokerage license. And for my other company, this is their brokerage license. Okay. So when your license is showing in this database, you can now work. And now you know what your license number is. You could search by your name. And when you come up, boom, that's your license. Okay. And where do you go for that? Once again, njreclicense.com or njrealestatelicensesearch.com. Or you could go to this much longer link right here. Then you need to print out a copy of your pocket license, your pocket card, and you could generate that at this website. And your brokers could do it for you. And it looks like this. That's what your pocket license looks like. Okay. So nothing fancy to look at. You print it out yourself. Sure, you could print it on a heavier paper. You know, it used to be the Real Estate Commission would send it to us in the mail on this specialty paper with the water, the watercolored logo on the background, and it was all fancy looking. It made it look all official. Now you just print it on a piece of paper, and you got to carry it in your wallet. The law requires you to. Anytime you're conducting business, you have to have this in your pocket. That's another exam question, by the way. Licensees must carry their pocket license card with them at all times they're conducting business. All right, here are the different PSI test centers if you want to go to one of their test centers and take their state exam in person. Now, what do you bring? Well, I just told you guys you got to bring at least 2 forms of ID with at least 1 government-issued photo ID, U.S. government-issued photo ID. Okay. The primary ID could be a photo of maybe one of the following state-issued driver's license, ID card, U.S. government-issued passport, U.S. government-issued military ID, U.S. government-issued alien registration card, or a Canadian government-issued ID. The ID must contain the candidate's photo and be valid and unexpired. The secondary ID can be a signed credit card. It's kind of a joke. A Social Security card, United States birth certificate with the raised seal. Student IDs and employment IDs are not acceptable forms of ID. You know what? Neither are firearms IDs, which is crazy considering the hoops you need to jump through in order to get a firearms ID here in New Jersey. I'm going to actually add that here. Give me 1 second. I'm going to add that right there. Fire IDs are not accepted. I know it's the craziest thing. You've got your fingerprints on it. They did a federal background check. They did, your local police department, the county, the federal. They did all kinds of background checks on you, and they don't accept it as a valid ID, but they accept a credit card. Go figure. So that's on page 9. So 2 forms of valid ID. Here's all those information again. You can see other forms of ID they'll accept for fingerprinting. That was for the exam, the type of ID to take. For fingerprinting, let's see, they accept a lot more different kinds of ID there. Let me see, I could copy this link and share that with you right now if you want to take a look. These are the types of IDs required for fingerprinting. So if we click there to go to Identico, the fingerprinting center, you select your country of birth from the drop-down list, and then the country of citizenship from the drop-down list. And then you hit next, and it'll tell you all the acceptable forms of ID. I was born in the United States. I'm a United States citizen, so I'm going to select those options. And then it shows you all the different acceptable forms of ID. If you were born in a different country, or if you're a citizen from a different country, you could answer the appropriate questions and then go from there. Okay? So that's that link that I just sent you in the, I shared with you in the chat window. And the fingerprinting form you need to take with you. You get that from the Real Estate Commission's website. Once again, all this information is available on that that class notes and links document, that Word document. But here, I'll share it with you in the chat window as well. It's also available on our website. And I'm going to email it to you after you pass this class. Okay, the guarantee fund we learned about. How much money do you pay into the guarantee fund? Well, you pay $10 at the time you get your license. So guys, do these highlights here for the guarantee fund, or just put a big highlighted box around the section for guarantee fund on page 10. You need to study it. You will get questions on school and state exam about the guarantee fund. So what is the guarantee fund? You need to know that for exams. You got to know a lot about the guarantee fund. What is the purpose of the guarantee fund? Well, guarantee fund was established to reimburse members of the public who suffer a monetary loss due to wrongdoing, such as embezzlement, conversion, or unlawfully obtaining money or property in a real estate transaction by a licensed broker or salesperson or an unlicensed employee of the broker. The party must first obtain a court judgment naming the real estate commission as party to the suit. If the party suffering the loss is unable to collect on the judgment, they may apply any time within 6 years to the real estate guarantee fund for payment. A criminal claim must also be filed against the offending party. No spouse of a licensee may bring action against the licensee of a guarantee fund, so you can't sue your wife or husband who has a real estate license just so you can make a claim against the guarantee fund. You'd be an idiot if you tried doing something like that. It's fraud anyway. Each salesperson, when they get their license, pays $10 into the guarantee fund, and each broker salesperson or broker pays $20. The maximum claim for the guarantee fund for a loss would be $20,000. So I hope that buyer didn't put down more than $20,000. And once the fund pays a claim against the broker or salesperson, what happens to their license? Their license is revoked if there's ever a payout from the guarantee fund. All right, so here's my notes about the guarantee fund if you already got those highlights on the previous page. Here's my notes, just focusing in on it and giving a clearer explanation. You know, it's to reimburse members of the public who've been robbed by their agents, who suffer monetary loss due to a real estate transaction by their broker or one of their licensees or unlicensed assistants of the broker. Each salesperson or referral agent pays $10, and each broker or salesperson pays $20 to the guarantee fund when they get their license. If the fund ever runs low, this can be reassessed to licensees at the time they renew their licenses. That's never happened since I've been licensed. I got my license first in 2004. In order to make a claim against the guarantee fund, the party must first sue and obtain a court judgment. The rec has to be named as party of the suit so they're aware something is going on. If unable to collect on that judgment, because we know it's two different things, you could sue somebody and have a judge say, yeah, you owe that person money, and you got a piece of paper that says, oh, I got a judgment against you, you owe me money. It's a completely different thing to be able to collect that money, right? So if you're unable to collect on that judgment, they have 6 years to file a claim against the guarantee fund. And the maximum that will be paid out is $20,000 per offense. Now, a criminal complaint has to also be filed against the offending party. So because of that, what do you think is going to happen in your license? You robbed somebody of their money, you refused to pay them back, they had to get a court judgment against you, you still didn't pay them, they had to file a claim against the guarantee fund, file criminal charges against you. What do you think is going to happen in your real estate license? It gets revoked. Now, I know it says in the book it gets revoked until the fund is reimbursed with interest. That doesn't mean you're getting your license or you're going to get to keep it right now. They're going to revoke your license. It may be possible to get your license again maybe years later if you pay back all the money with interest and you show remorse, you know. All was good in your life, you found Jesus, you've seen the wrong in your ways and all that, you know. You show that you have remorse for your thieving ways. You change your life around, maybe they consider giving you the license back again. Okay. Apparently that happened to this guy. He had his broker's license revoked and shall be ineligible for reinstatement of his license until he meets the judgment in full, including reimbursement to the guarantee fund with interest. All right, agency, a rental referral agency. I mean, we have rental agencies, but what's a rental referral agency? Well, there's few companies that specialize in this stuff. A local one that we have here is Best Rent NJ. You guys probably seen their building and their signs on apartment complexes, bestrentnj.com, right? I'm not here to promote any real estate agency. It's just this is a niche thing, and there's few companies that do this, and this is the only name I really remember off the top of my head that does it. So that's the only reason why I'm mentioning them by name. But every person working in a rental referral agency, what is a rental referral agency? It is a real estate company that specializes in only doing rentals for large apartment buildings and complexes. Large apartment buildings and complexes usually have their own rental office, right? But you could go to one of these buildings or complexes and strike an agreement with them that you're going to market, you're going to advertise their property, you're going to put together beautiful pictures and floor diagrams for the different floor plans and layouts that they have in their different units. And that in the event that you're able to get them a renter that enters into a contract with them, that they'll pay you a referral fee, whatever that fee is that you negotiate with them. It could be 1 month's rent as the commission. It could be 10% of the term. I don't know, whatever you negotiate. That's basically what rental referral agencies do. Now, no property can be offered or commission owned without the owner's written consent. In other words, you cannot advertise an owner's property for sale or rent without their permission. Does that make sense? Here, let's put it in plain English. I'll add that to that slide, and we'll make a little modification here in plain English. In other words, we cannot offer a property for sale or rent without the owner's permission. Duh. You would think that'd be common sense, right? Well, these days common sense ain't so common, so I'm going to spell it out for you. And the availability for properties must be accurate. Advertising must be accurate. Advertised properties must be checked every day to see if there's still a vacancy available. Okay. Yeah. So advertised properties must be checked every day, and listings that are not advertised must be checked every 3 days for availability. Any advance fees of $25 or more must be deposited into an escrow account or trust account. That is a special bank account where we keep other people's money and only other people's money in it for a short period of time. Okay. So, if we give you how much money into the escrow account, $25 or more. So if they give us advance fees for, credit checks, background checks, or an application fee or a deposit for security or something, we need to put it in an escrow account within 20, right away, if it's $25 or more. So let's do the highlights now for that on page 10 and 11. This is everything here is on page 10 and everything below here is page 11. Everybody got that?
I got it.
Now, this is not in the book right now. These things are throughout the book in different areas. We need to understand, so I'll take a screenshot of this slide. You'll probably see this slide in multiple chapters. I created it, and this information is peppered throughout the book. We need to know the word rescission. What does the word rescission mean? Rescission is the right to cancel a contract within a given period of time. It is your right to back out of a contract. And the legal or financial consequences to it. Okay. So there are different rescission periods for sales contracts. And everything within the first box is pertaining to sales contracts. Everything within the second box is dealing with mortgage or financing contracts. So what are the rights of rescission that we need to know? Well, there's a 7-day right of rescission for out-of-state properties that deal with new construction only. Anyway, they deal with construction only, except for the last one, which is both resale and new construction. There's a 7-day right of rescission for new construction properties for out-of-state properties marketed to New Jersey residents. Now, these properties also need to first be registered with the Bureau of Subdivided Land Sales Control, which is within the division of the Real Estate Commission. So, out-of-state properties marketed to New Jersey residents for new construction, you have 7 days to back out of the contract after you sign it. There's also a similar provision for new construction for in-state properties. For new in-state large developments, 100 lots or more, but not less than 10 units. So if there's at least 10 units, and they have common area elements like condominiums and cooperatives, there's a 7-day right of rescission for those. And new construction, it could be a standalone one building. There's a 5-day right of rescission for new construction for the discovery of off-site conditions. An off-site condition is anything that's not on the subject property. It could be on your neighbor's property or something down the block. You can back out of the contract due to those reasons. You have 5 days to back out after you sign that contract. And then there's a 3-day right of rescission that deals with both new construction as well as resale of existing properties. So that's the attorney review period. Okay. Now, attorney review period has to be at least 3 days. they got to give you a minimum of 3 days to conduct attorney review. Okay? Now, attorney review can be done in an hour. It can be done in 3 months. But you have a 3-day right of rescission to back out of a contract after you signed it. Now, when it comes to the loan contracts to get the financing to purchase the properties, there's a 3-day right of rescission for refinancing property you already own. You guys know what refinancing is?
Refinances to loan money over your property you own. And you have already a mortgage, and you can refinance looking for better rate sometime, most the case.
Okay, so let me give a little simpler explanation to that. What is refinancing? It's when you get a new loan to pay off your existing loan.
To pay your existing loan, exactly.
Hopefully that new loan will have a lower interest rate. And that's usually the reason why people refinance, right? To get a lower interest rate when they become available. But people also do refinancing for other reasons. Maybe they need money. So they do what's called a cash refinance. They refinance their property and to get a new loan to pay off the existing one and to get some cash of the equity that they already have built in because they need the money for something. Yeah,
Cash back.
but that could be dangerous. That's using your house like a piggy bank.
Cash back.
Yeah, you're getting cash back.
And most of the time, then people refinance when they got divorced and they sell the property. Only one got a property. He need to get a refinance to pay.
Right. That's a possibility as well. Correct.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to purchasing real estate, there is no right of rescission. Once you sign on the dotted line for that mortgage loan, you bought it. You're married to that loan for the next 30 years or whatever the term of the loan is.
So
Okay.
no way to say sorry.
Yeah, no backing out. No backing out. Once you sign the mortgage papers, which is a stack of them, it's not like it's one piece of paper. You're signing a stack of papers there. There's no right of rescission for loans to buy real estate. We call these purchase money mortgages. A purchase money mortgage is any loan used to buy real estate. And that could even include seller financing. Okay. So if the seller's financing the loan instead of you going to the bank to get a loan, that's still called purchase money mortgage. And if you were to read it backwards, what does it say? Mortgage money to purchase. Right? So there you go. That's what is a purchase money mortgage? Mortgage money to purchase. It's a loan used to buy real estate, which could include seller financing. Okay.
So it is saying when there's commercial and residential, the same.
No. Residential got a lot of restrictions and rules and such, which is why most of the things in this course that we teach you is geared towards residential. Even though your real estate license will allow you to work in residential or commercial or industrial or, it can anything that requires a real estate license. There's only one real estate license that you get. There's not a separate real estate license for residential or commercial in New Jersey. Okay. When you have a real estate license, you can work in fields. You can work in low-income housing. You could work in as a rental agent. You could work as with investors who buy, fix, and flip properties. You could deal with investors that look for rental properties. You could deal with new construction, deal with the builders. You could maybe get a job working for the state. There's a lot of different areas you could go into when you have a real estate license. I see people take this course. They maybe worked in real estate for a short period, and that real estate license helped them get a much better job that was not even in the field of real estate. You know, I had a girl that worked for me in my real estate brokerage as she started as our secretary at the front desk. Yeah. And then she, she was going to college at the time. I think it was for psychology or something like that. And then she ended up getting some kind of job as a corporate recruiter or something like that for some kind of a talent that they were looking for. And they picked her for that job over other candidates because of her experience in real estate, being able to negotiate, listening to people, learning how to overcome objections and things of that nature. It suited her better for that job that she got, which I think she's still working at today, which is it's got to be going on 15 years later now. So she's doing pretty good over there. But real estate, coming here and people take these real estate classes for a lot of reasons. And it's not always just to get a real estate license and work in real estate to help people buy and sell. There could be other reasons. Maybe you want to purchase your own properties and you're just trying to learn knowledge for yourself. There's a lot of useful stuff here other than the licensing rules and regulations. There's a lot of good information we're going to get out of this course.
One question. So, a small office condo, that's considered commercial?
You said office condo, so that's
small office condo.
Yeah, for business.
Yeah, for business. Yeah,
commercial.
That's commercial, right?
Yeah, it's either residential, which is a house that you're going to live in, whether it's a condo. Your architectural style or type of ownership is irrelevant. If it's the use of it, you're going to use it for residential. It's residential. There's only two types of property: residential or commercial.
Oh, commercial. Okay.
Well, actually, that's not totally true. It's residential, commercial, industrial, retail. Now, then you have governmental use. There's other usages there too. So that wasn't completely correct. Usually when I tell people about two different types of property in this world, we talk about it's either personal property or real property. Real property meaning real estate.
Real estate.
Because there's only two types of property in this world. It's either personal or real. Personal is like your clothes on your back, your car, your jewelry, right?
Your car.
Yeah, your music collection, whatever. That's your personal property. Or it's real estate. Okay? There's only two types of property in this world: personal or real. Boom. And we're going to learn in the next chapter about the different. Are we going to learn in the next chapter or the chapter after? Oh, that may be chapter 3. I'm not sure. We'll see. There's different methods on how to transfer the ownership of them. We already discussed it a little bit when we were talking about selling mobile homes, right? A mobile home is considered personal property. Okay. But if you remove it from its axles and attach it to a foundation, it becomes part of the real estate. So what changes there? The method of transfer of ownership. Personal property is transferred by bill of sale. Real property is transferred by a deed.
A deed.
Okay. Okay. This chapter now. I think we got all the highlights and everything. I think we're going to do some key terms to review and such. But I'm going to play this video. You may hear this guy's name in the news. I heard it in the news again the other day. Because he's a big-time real estate broker in New York City. He was on one of those real estate fix this, flip that programs, I guess. And he became famous from that. And then he started his own real estate brokerage in New York. And now he's getting super rich off of this, and because of his fame, he gets the connections and was able to sell real estate. So this guy's going to explain to you how to set goals for your income in real estate. I may interject a little bit here while I play this video. I may interject a little bit about and give my 2 cents at certain times. But here, let me Let me set this up. When we do video sharing, I got to optimize the sound so that you can get that sharing here. So let me also shut off my video so that it streams more smoothly, and optimize for video sharing, and go.
I sold over $4 billion worth of real estate over the last couple years. But what does that really mean?
Can you hear me? Can you hear? Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
$1 billion worth of real estate over the last couple years. But what does that really mean? How much real estate agents actually make? Hello, all you beautiful people. A few things before we get started. Yes, the book is still strapped to my damn hand. If you could please pre-order Big Money Energy. My new book comes out February 2nd. I wrote it during quarantine. Link is in the caption. And if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. The little thingy right here. Really, really, really important. I love you so much. Like all that, send this to your friends. Most of you probably know me from $1 Million Listing New York on Bravo, a show I've been on for nearly 10 years. And on that show, they show me making money. The show is about selling property, personal life, and all that, but it's always capped by sale price, commission. And people see it, they're like, whoa, $2 million commission, $600,000 commission. Wow, 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 wow. But it doesn't go into the splits, doesn't go into the taxes, doesn't go into the marketing fees, doesn't go into all the little details that break out that entire commission dollar amount. And so I want to bring some clarity to all of you who might be thinking about getting into this business, because this is the greatest business in the world. And until a house can figure out how to sell itself to another house, there will always be a need for real estate agents. Now, let me state the obvious. New York City real estate is very different from the rest of the world. Our average price point in New York is just over $1 million for maybe a room this exact size. The rule of thumb in New York is you're paying about $1 million a bedroom. Now, obviously, we've sold things that are much, much, much more expensive. We just sold a 3-bedroom for $36 million. And there's also things that are much, much, much less expensive. But on average, that's the way you work. The rest of the United States, the average home sale price is just under $300,000. So commission amounts obviously vary, and you have to sell a lot more in other places to be able to make nearly as much as real estate agents make in New York City. But keep in mind, the splits that real estate agents in New York have with the house, so the main brokerage, are a lot lower than what you'll find in the rest of the country, and for good reason. There are massive expenses in New York. Do you have any idea how much it costs, not just to live in New York City, but how much it costs to operate a business in New York City? It's very, very, very expensive. So for all of you who are not yet in the real estate business and you're thinking about it, but you're nervous because you know there's no salaries and everything is commissioned and you have bills and you have loans, you have life to pay for, I want to walk you through exactly how the numbers work, okay? So let's say you sell something for $1 million. The average commission in the United States, including New York City, is 2.5%. Now, sometimes if you represent both sides of the deal, if you're in a state where you can do that, you could get 5% or 4% or 3%, whatever you negotiate with that seller or whatever you've negotiated with that buyer going into that deal. But more often than not, in the United States, the seller is paying a commission that is pre-negotiated with the seller's agent. The seller's agent then lists that property for sale in the MLS. By the way, in New York, no MLS. I know, it's crazy. And they advertise what the commission percentage is that they are willing to then pay the buyer's agent. So most often, the selling agent goes to the seller and says, we can list it for X amount, so let's say $1 million, and the commission is gonna be 5%. Because there's most likely going to be a buyer's agent and we need to pay 2.5 to them and 2.5 to us, and we split it 50-50. So let's say you're bringing the buyer. Okay? You bring the buyer and it's an amazing place, well priced, you jump on it, you get it for the $1 million, boom. Commission on $1 million listing would then say $25,000. Now, if you're a brand new agent, most real estate brokerages start their agents on a 50-50 split, meaning for every dollar you bring in, the brokerage gets 50% of that. And again, for good reason. They're helping you, they're training you, they're providing leads a lot of the time. They're giving you all the resources, everything, so that you don't have to come out of pocket. Remember, everyone needs to make a living. And the less the brokerage makes off of you, the less they're gonna help you. So $25,000 then is split in half if that's the split with the brokerage. So that's $12,500, and that goes to you. Now, if there were marketing costs, marketing fees that are taking off the top, maybe you had to get a taxi or some other expense and the brokerage paid it for you so you didn't have to come out of pocket, that then gets deducted. Other real estate brokerages have desk fees, they have lead generation fees. So make sure you know when you sign up with your brokerage to be very, very clear as to what fees, costs, and expenses you are going to be responsible for, both upfront and what will be deducted from your check. I have agents who reach out to me every day who got into the business because of me, flattered, thank you, who say, hey, I just sold my first place. I was supposed to get $3,000, but I got $2,252 and all these things taken out. This is bullshit. Sirhan, have you ever dealt with this? Yeah, that's how the business works. Now, if you've only sold one place and you sold it for $1 million and you're a brand new agent and you're split with your brokerages 50-50, then all you're gonna make that whole year is $12,500. And if you don't have any other marketing expenses, that's great. Your check will be for $12,500. Boom, bang, models and bottles. Hold the phone. Now remember, there's also taxes. One of the big things that independent contractors, which all of us in the United States and most of us in the world forget, net after taxes, costs, and expenses. Remember that. You live in the net. You don't live in the gross, you live in the net. That was important for me to remember too when I first got into the business. One of my first checks ever was for $24,000. And I was like, dude, I can do anything now. Smarts come a lot later, especially when your tax accountant then says to you, oh, hey, by the way, we need X amount of dollars. And you're like, from where? From you. But I don't have that. If you're in New York, it's upwards of 50%. So make sure you understand what your income tax liability is in every single state. One of the reasons I love this business so much is that everything is in your control, which is good and bad, right? The good is that you can sell as much as you want. No one is ever gonna tell you that you've sold too much real estate. The way you're gonna make the most money isn't by just selling one home, it's by selling lots of homes. I haven't sold billions and billions and billions of dollars worth of real estate because I sit there and count every single commission check and every single expense. I focus on goals. Let's say you want to get to $100,000 in income by year 2 or 3, okay? How are we gonna do that? Let's break it down by how much you need to actually sell. So if the average home sales price in the United States is just under $300,000, let's say $300,000, okay? The average commission is 2.5%. So $300,000 times 0.025, okay, is $7,500. That is the total commission. Whatever the split is with your brokerage, you can do the math, follow along with me. But let's say, like we did at the beginning, you're a brand new agent, you're getting tons of resources, you're getting a lot of help. So you agreed, 50-50 with your brokerage, that's what makes sense. So 50% of $7,500 is $3,750. That's how much you're gonna make on average from one sale of a home that on average is $300,000. You wanna make $100,000? Your average home sale price where you are is $300,000. You need to sell, on average, just over 2 homes, hopefully more, every single month to make that number. The more people you know and that know you as a real estate salesperson, the more leads you're gonna generate, the better your chances are of getting those 2+ homes sold every single month. That is the business. There's obviously a whole lot more that goes into it. Maybe we'll do more videos like that. If you like this type of vlog, if you like this type of video where I just sit here at a desk and talk at your face, tell me in the comments because maybe we'll do more of them. If you don't, also tell me in the comments. I like constructive criticism. And if you're new to the business, tell me what your...
We're done with this guy here. Okay. So that was informative, showing you how to set goals and commissions and all that.
ISO.
So let's go over a couple of practice math problems, shall we? Pull out a calculator if you don't have one handy. This is a very simple problem. Look, I got a write-up over here. This is very simple math. It's very similar to a question that they usually give on a state exam. Now, most students get this wrong because it's more of a comprehension problem than a math problem. The math is simple. You could use a calculator. It's a matter of understanding what the question's asking of you. So let's see if you guys can figure this out. The question is, can you guys read this question? Excuse me. Can you read this question? It says, if a property sells for $325,000 and the total commission is 6%, the listing agency gets 60% and the buyer's agency gets 60%. How much does the buyer's agency earn? Go. At some point, if I see you're stumped there for a little while, I may start to reveal a little bit. Little bit by little bit, I'll be removing this blue box from here. First, you got to ask yourself, what is the question asking of me? What does it want from me? It wants to know, how much does the buyer's agency earn? How much does the buyer's agency keep? The question is right. It is not wrong the way that it's written. It's not more than 100%.
That's the item was 120%.
See what I mean by it's more of a comprehension problem than a math problem?
Uh-huh.
The way that it's written is correct.
Mm.
There, let me read it to you. Maybe something will pop in your head a little bit.
Mm.
If a property sells for $325,000 and the total commission is 6%, that's probably the first thing you should probably figure out. If the listing agency gets 60% and the buyer's agent gets 60%, how much does the buyer's agency earn or keep?
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah.
It's in the wording.
Yeah. The 7,020? No?
Nope. Okay, I'm going to tell you something because there's a couple steps to figuring out this problem. So I'm going to tell you, as you work out the math problem, right next to each figure, what that number is.
Hmm. So the 6%, the 325, that's 19,500. That's the 6%.
Yep.
And total commission is
That's the total commission, the 6%.
yeah.
But the question is asking, how much does the buyer's agency earn or get to keep? So if the property sells for $325,000, the total commission is 6%, which is 325 times 6, that's 19,500.
Uh-huh.
If the listing agency gets 60% and the buyer's agent gets 60%, how much does the buyer's agency earn or get to keep?
I should be allowed to keep like 15% or 10.
You gotta go by what the property says. Don't go by, well, the commissions usually get split 50-50. That's true. But it doesn't have to be that way. There could be a different percentage to the split or what have you. So this is the way that they ask the question on exam. It's very similar to a state exam problem. And it's simple math. It's more of a comprehension problem. You're allowed to use calculator. So write down as you work it out. Write down what
I think you gotta divide by, because if you divide it by 6, you're supposed to divide it by 60. Because the agent got 60%, so you divide the 19.
Remember, I told you guys
100. You're supposed to divide it by 16%.
Remember how I told you guys the way to answer exam questions is to ask a question about the question?
Yeah.
And you continue doing that as you're working it out. So, for example, if the listing agency gets 60% and the buyer's agent gets 60%, are you guys lost already? If you're saying, well, that's more than 100%, well, then you're lost already. Okay, now you have to stop and ask yourself a question about the question. And the question that I would ask, what would the question be that you would want to ask at this point? How about this? The listing agent gets 60%. Let's stop there and ask a question about that. If the listing agency is getting 60%, how much is the other side getting?
40. The 40?
There's only 100% in the pot.
40%.
So continue on with your question here.
That's 7,800. 7,800.
And what is that 7,800? What is that figure?
The 40%.
Okay, so that's the 40% that the other side gets, right?
40%.
Now, if the buyer's agent is getting 60%, how much does their agency keep?
The 40. I don't know.
It says there.
So the total commission is 19.5. If the listing agency is getting 60%, we know that the other side's getting 40 because there's only 100% to be had. So what is 40% of 19.5? That's 7,800. But what is that 7,800 number? That's the 100% total commission that goes to the buyer's agency before they're split with their agent. And what is their agent getting? Look at the question. The buyer's agent gets 60%. So how much does their agency earn or keep? This is the total commission to the buyer's side before the split with the agent.
Okay. 11,700.
Well, it can't be more than the total commission that they're getting, 7,800. So 7,800 is the total commission to the buyer's agency before they split the commission with their agent.
19.
Look at the question. The question says the buyer's agent gets 60%. So if the buyer's agent's getting 60%, how much is their brokerage keeping? How much is their agency keeping? Once again, just like over here, where we split between the two companies. Here, the listing agency gets 60%. So that means that there was 40% left over for the other side, right? So that 40% is $7,800. Now that's $7,800. That's the total commission going to the buyer's agency side of the transaction before they're split with their agent. The question is asking you, how much does the buyer's agency earn? Well, if the buyer's agent is getting 60%, how much is their agency keeping?
Okay, so
Is it 4,680?
4,680, yeah.
There you go. No. 4,680 is the 60% that their agent gets. Look, 7,800 times 60% is 4,680. That's the buyer's agent's commission, but that's not what the question is asking. The question is asking how much does the buyer's agency earn or get to keep? So if the buyer's agent's getting 4,680, you could subtract that from 7,800. Or you could look at it another way and say, if the buyer's agent is getting 60%, their agency's keeping the other 40. So what's 40% of 7,800? 7,800 times 40%, 3,120. So there's two ways to work this out. You could take the total commission, subtract the buyer's agent's 60% there. That gives you 46.8. That's 46.80, and you're left with 3,120. Or you could just skip right to the answer by going to, if the buyer's agent's getting 60%, how much is the other? Does the agency get to keep? The other 40, because there's only 100% in the pie, right? And the total pie, the total slice of the pie, the total commission to the buyer's agency before they're split with their agent was $7,800. So if the agent is getting a 60% split, the company gets to keep the other 40. So 7,800 times 40 is 3,120. So there's two ways of working that out at the end. You could figure out how much the buyer's agent's getting and subtract that from their total. Or you could take the total, times it by 40%, because if the buyer's agent's getting 60%, that leaves 40% for the other side. But we're not spelling that out in the question that they're getting 40%. So first, that total commission of $19,500, the buyer's agency side gets 40% because the listing agency gets 60. Now that 40% is $7,800. And that's the total commission, 100% of the commission that's into the buyer's agency before they split with their agent. So if the buyer's agent is getting 60%, that leaves 40% for the brokerage to keep. So 7,800 times 40, 3,120. You see what I mean by it's more of a comprehension problem than a math problem? The math isn't difficult, especially with your calculator. It's more of a trying to follow the numbers and write down next to the numbers as you work it out what that number is, so that you don't get lost in the multiple steps it takes to figure it out.
But because there's a three parties in that commission, right? The three.
There's always four parties in a transaction, but we're not talking about the listing agency and their agent. Look, I could be the listing broker, and you're my agent. In this problem, how much are you getting? It doesn't say. It doesn't go into our split, right? It just says the total that's getting to the listing agency side. It doesn't talk about the split between that agency and their agent. However, the buyer's side, it does. Now, it doesn't mention specifically how much commission the buyer's side is getting. You have to figure that out. They tell you that the listing agency is getting 60%, so the buyer's agency is getting 40. You know, just by using a little common sense, there's only 100% of the pie. Now, Now that we figured that out, the buyer's agent, you got to understand the difference between the agent and the agency. The agency is the brokerage, it's the company. If the agent is getting 60%, that means their company, they're on a 60-40 split with their broker. And this question is asking, how much does the broker basically keep? 40%. Remember, that commission usually gets split 4 ways. You got the total commission. In this case, it's $19,500. Okay. It usually gets split 50-50 between the 2 different companies, but not in the case of this problem. That's how they screw you up a little bit, because you're like, well, doesn't it get split 50-50? Well, usually, but it doesn't have to be. It could be a situation where that's not the case. And that's the kind of problem that they pose to you on exams. It's tricky, but it's not really that tricky. You just got to follow the bouncing ball, you know? Might want to snap a picture of how we figured this out so that you'll get it right on exam, because I know you'll get this on state exam. You get a problem very similar to it. They may use different percentages and amounts, though. They could use like 55% and 45% to the other side, you know? But whatever it is, it's going to be similar. Everybody get what they needed to, so I can move on to the next thing?
Yeah, gotcha.
Okay. Let me put that cover back on. Okay, here's another problem, calculating area, although it's already figured out for you here. I want to give you one problem where I show you, and then another one where you're going to figure it out. Okay, here's how you figure this out. And I'm giving you here the acreage, how many feet in an acre. I told you on exams, you need to know this number. They're not going to give it to you. You need to memorize this number. How many feet are in an acre? And that's on the inside cover of this book. At the top of the page, I had you highlight how many square feet are in an acre. There's 43,560 square feet in an acre. And how do you remember that? You count to 6, starting with 3. You draw a comma, and then you count to the left, to the left, to the right, to the right. To the left, 3, 4. Now to the right, 5, 6 of the comma. To the left of the comma, 3, 4. To the right, 5, 6. And throw a 0 on there for good luck. That's how you remember how many square feet are in an acre. In this problem, I'm giving that information to you. On exams, they will not. You need to know it. And if you don't know it, you ain't getting the question right. So here's how the question would be.
I'm sorry, Victor. Can you repeat it again? I did not really hear.
How many square feet are in an acre? You need to memorize how many square feet are in an acre. And if you don't have that, if you don't know that number, the problem that they give you on exam, you're not going to be able to figure out because they don't give it to you. So the way to remember it is, hey, you got a song. Do you know of any songs that go to the left, to the right, to the right? I mean, you got Beyonce songs, you've got country songs. There's all kinds of songs that have those words in it, right?
Yeah.
You know, you got those wedding songs, you know, to the left, to the left, to the right, to the right, whatever they are. The Cupid Shuffle, I think that was called, right? But yeah, everybody got, there's many songs out there that have these words in it, right? To the left, to the left,
Yeah.
to the right. So to remember how many feet are in an acre, just remember the number 6. You're going to start counting to 6, starting with 3. And you're going to start counting to the left of the comma. 3, 4, to the left, to the left. Now to the right, to the right. 5, 6. You see that? 3, 4, 5, 6. And then throw a 0 on there for good luck. That's how many feet are in an acre. Got it? Got it? You good? Not so good?
Yeah, but it's kind of pretty hard. I'm so, you know.
You gotta just memorize this number outwards. You know, straight up, 43,560. That's how many feet are in an acre.
Yeah.
Or you just draw a comma. Here, yeah, let me show you. Where the hell is the whiteboards here? You see, every time I log into Zoom, they change the way I share this stuff. Let me see. Where is a whiteboard? Whiteboards. Come on, Zoom. Where is the whiteboard feature? Oh, here we go. All right. I wanted a blank whiteboard. Okay. Let me get out of this one. Whiteboard, new whiteboard. Come on, new. Here we go. Okay, so I'm going to draw a comma, right? And we're going to remember, we're going to count to 6, starting with 3. To the left of the comma. 3, 4. Now to the right of the comma. 5, 6. And then we'll throw a 0 on there for good luck. Boom. That's how you remember how many feet in an acre. You count to 6, starting with 3. To the left of the comma, to the left of the comma. To the right of the comma, to the right of the comma. So 3, 4, 5, 6. And throw a 0 on there for good luck. That's it. That's just a way to try to remember how many feet in an acre. If that doesn't work for you, then I don't know, just study the number. Memorize the number. 43,560. That's how many feet are in an acre. Okay, so in this problem, we have a property line. Here's a property. This property is 2.5 acres. And the property is 500 feet deep. And it sells for $1,000 per front foot. In order to get this right, you need to know what a front foot is. A front foot is the width of the front of the lot. The frontage, the side of your property that faces the street. That's frontage, right? How wide it is how many front feet you have. So this property sells for $1,000 per front foot. So how do we figure out this number that's already here? Okay, well, if the property is 2.5 acres, we need to figure out how many feet are in 2.5 acres. And you just take the number of feet in 1 acre, which is 43,560, times it by 2.5. And that gives you 108,900 feet in 2.5 acre lot. So this 2.5 acre lot has 108,900 square feet. And if the property is 500 feet deep, well, to find out the other side, you just divide. How many times does 500 go into 108,900? 217.8 times. Now, if you're buying a property, you're not going to pay $1,000 and not get a full foot. So we're going to round it down in this instance to 217. So 217 times 1,000, this property would sell for $217,000. Now, that's not normally the way that we price properties, but that's the way that this problem was worded. It's not difficult to figure out if you know how many feet in an acre. We get? So we got to figure out the volume, and if you have the length of one of the sides, you could figure out the length of the other. You divide the length of one side by the volume, and it'll give you the other side's length. That's how we figure out the dimensions.
Yeah.
So these calculations we found on the inside cover of the book. So we did that this morning as well. If you go to the inside cover at the front of the book, it shows you how to calculate area. Okay, and you can watch the videos because I'm recording these and I'll post it up again. All right, so here's one for you to figure out that has an extra step in it as well. And I don't tell you how many feet are in an acre. You need to know that. You have a 3-acre lot that can be subdivided into 50 by 100 minimum lot sizes. How many lots can it be divided into? And how much will the seller make if each lot sells for $150,000? What's the first step? Figure out the volume of the 3-acre lot. How many square feet are there in 3 acres?
Mm-hmm.
How many feet are in 1 acre?
Oh, you gotta.
You got to count to 6.
Yeah.
130?
No, how many feet in 1 acre? How many feet are in 1 acre? How many square feet in 1 acre?
43? 560?
560.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is a 3-acre lot. So what do?
Multiply by 3.
By 3. So 560 times 3.
That's 136.80.
Okay. And that's how we came up with it, the first step. Right?
Uh-huh.
What's the next step?
Has to be
How many lots can it be divided into if it could be subdivided into 50 by 100 lots?
yeah, we can find out
How many square feet are there in a 50 by 100 lot?
50.
If a lot is 50 foot wide and 100 feet deep, you just multiply one side by the other, one side's length by the other. So 50 by 100. That's 5,000 square feet.
Yeah, that's 26.
Yeah, so if each 50 by 100 lot is 5,000 square feet, 50 times 100, that's 5,000 square foot. And it's 3 acres, 130,680 square feet. You divide, how many times does 5,000 go into 130,680?
26.
Yeah. 26.14. So it comes up to 26 lots. You're not going to have a problem for somebody's going to
So
50 by
can
100.
divide in 26 lots.
Yeah,
Mhm.
correct. So that's part of the question. The other part of the question says, is if each lot sells for $150,000, how much money are you going to make?
How much? 150 each one?
Yep, 150,000 each one.
3,920,400.
Well, it's 3.9 million.
Oh,
Yeah.
because you put it at 14.
Yeah, you took 26.14, right? You just take 26.
So you don't consider the
Yeah.
decimal.
Yeah.
Decimal. Mm.
So it's 150,000 times 26, that's 3.9 million.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah, that make it easy because my major is accounting.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's-
So you just round it down in that instance.
mhm. Uh,
If anybody wants to snap a picture of this or take a screenshot of this, be my guest.
Yeah, I'm taking screenshots so I can do a practice.
You can also watch these recorded videos. I teach every class pretty much the same way. All right. Now let me cover that back up. And this slideshow is done. So, got a question. After each chapter, we have key terms to review. So let's go over those. There's key terms to review, and then there's questions, chapter review questions. I'm not going to go over the chapter review questions. You guys could do that in your own time. The answers to them are printed in the back of the book on page 617. You may want to write that down. The answer guides are on page 617. But I like to go over the key terms to review after each chapter to familiarize yourself with the slight differences in wording and how they can make a difference in coming up with the answers. It'll make you pay more attention when reading questions on exams. Okay, so the way it works is this. On page 12, you see the key terms to review?
I'm sorry, what page you said that there was the
The answers?
answers? Yeah.
617.
617. Okay, 617. Okay, so the way the key terms to review works like this. I read out the term, the phrase on the right-hand side of the page. You guys are going to give me the key term that it matches up with on the left-hand side. No penalties for wrong answers, so shout them out as you get them, but do think about it for a second. Law governing the practice of real estate in New Jersey. Law governing the practice of real estate in New Jersey.
The Real Estate License Act.
Yes, 6 is A, which is also known as NJ statutes or 45:15. Right? So if you want to write that next to that or just above it, pencil it in there. NJ statutes, STATUTES, 45:15. Classes required for license renewal.
Continuing education.
Yep, CE. 3 is B. State rules and regulations for real estate licensees.
Real Estate License Act.
We already had that. 6 is A. 6 was A.
Title 11, Chapter 5.
Title 11, Chapter 5, which is the Administrative Code. So 11 is C. Those are the rules and regulations. Remember, the laws are created by the politicians. Those are the statutes. And the rules and regulations, that's the Administrative Code, or Title 11, Chapter 5. 11 is C. Administrator of real estate licenses. Who administers our licenses? Who gives us our license? Who monitors us?
New Jersey Real Estate Commission.
5 is D, the REC, for short, the New Jersey Real Estate Commission. 5 is D as in David. Member of a private real estate trade organization. Who is the member?
The Realtor member.
7 is E. Money paid another broker for sending a client or customer.
The referral fee.
A referral fee. 8 is F. One license to assist a broker in real estate transactions.
The salesperson.
9 is G, the salesperson. Reimburses people defrauded or badly served by licensees in real estate transactions.
Number 4, warranty fund.
Guarantee fund. 4 is H. Individual license to charge the public for real estate services. Who's the only person?
Are we doing the key terms?
Yep.
Oh, cause I thought we were doing the normal questions for a second.
Nope, I said we don't do those. You do those on your own time.
Oh, because I was with Tess, so we didn't actually do them.
Yep, I'm doing the ones I'm reading the terms on the right. You're shouting out what you think the answer is on the left.
Okay.
Right? So, individual license to charge the public for real estate services. Who's
Number
the
1,
that can
broker.
charge? The broker.
Oh.
Broker. 1 is I. Licensee limited to presenting prospective clients and customers to the broker.
Salesperson license with real estate referral company.
Yes. 10 is J. In other words, the referral agent. And fully qualified broker who remains under another broker's supervision.
Broker salesperson.
2 is K, the broker salesperson. Okay. So Danielle, did you get them? 1 is I, 2 is K, 3 is B, 4 is H, 5 is D, 6 is A, 7 is E, 8 is F, 9 is G, 10 is J, and 11 is C. Right?
I got them.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So that concludes chapter 1.